Wow, timed perfectly with the end of the song. Hey everybody. Alright, let's just get the timer set for... Yeah, there we go. And actually, let me bring up... I don't have the timer up here. Bring those up. Gotta wait for Streamlabs to catch up. And... where's the timer? I always gotta forget something when I'm starting. There we go. So, yeah, we're playing Zero Mission with the Super NES gamepad. Hey, Aurelia. Yeah, so, my experience with Metroid Dread didn't go well, but the cool thing was, this morning, because I sent a copy of Metroid Dread to my father. He didn't know I was doing this. And because he is a Metroid fan, but he doesn't have a Switch, and he doesn't really follow gaming news either. So that so I haven't touched your copy of Dread. You didn't touch Sam's turns either. All right. The most I could say, if you're concerned about returning them for full value, sure, but try it for yourself. My experience and the reasons I didn't like it are not necessarily reflective of anyone else's experience. So, if you're not familiar, this is a remake of the first Metroid game on Game Boy Advance. Actually, I'm going to restart the timer, because I know Metroid Fusion said it took 5 hours in terms of gameplay, and today I plan to stream for about 4 hours and change. Yeah, I'll go with normal difficulty. Yeah, I forgot that this is, I think this... Yeah, that was a feature they could have carried over to future Metroid games in easier difficulty mode. I think I played normal when I definitely played normal when I played through it. But, yeah. So this is a remake of the first Metroid game on Famicom or NES. The music of the game, there's certain, when they made the Super NES, when they took the game from Famicom to NES. They had to take away the save function and replace it with a password feature. And by the way, this is the first time I played this game since 2004 when it came out. This game was... yeah, this was still when... well, I mean, digital games for dedicated game devices weren't really a thing yet. So what would happen is especially it happened a lot in particular with Game Boy Advance, I felt like. Where they would advertise, launching, March 5th, or, come get the new game, and they say a certain date. And then I'd go to the store, and it seemed like, particularly with Game Boy Advance games, it would be like, oh, we don't actually have the game, and that's just the ship date, that's not the real release date. And it was kind of like, almost like, oh, what's wrong with me? Why would I expect the game to be out on the advertised date it was out? Meanwhile, online, on game forums or whatever, which were a much bigger part of my life then than now, I'd constantly see people like, oh yeah, I got the game, it came out release date. I'm like, so what the heck was wrong with me? Right? Like, I'd frequently go on the advertised date, and it just wouldn't be there, and I'd have to wait till the next day. And this is before you could just download games. And then, like, nowadays, like, a game actually tends to be in stores the day it's advertised, at least. And I lived in the New York City metropolitan area, so it's not. So I somewhat would think I'd have an advantage for things like that. Oh, the Porygon 2 chilling next to the Hanafuda cards. Yeah, it's been 18 years since. Yeah, Zero Mission came out 18 years after the original Metroid. It's been 17 years since Zero Mission came out. Man, how time flies. I don't have a whole lot of action figures and stuff like that, so it's like, okay, if I'm gonna have a console cam, I want to have dress it up a little bit somehow. I was originally thinking, oh, I'd use my my Mario Brothers Game & Watch, but it turns out the screen doesn't stay, the clock doesn't stay on that. I thought that would have a cool clock to have the time on screen in the stream, and at the same time also show that it is actually live. It's not just like stock footage. Not that anyone would fake something like that. But yeah, when they converted this from Famicom Disk System to NES, they took away the save feature, but they expanded a couple of the musical tracks in ways that I think significantly improved upon them. But then they did this version. They based it on the Famicom Disk System release and not the US and European cartridge release. So I kind of think that there's certain... Yeah, so there's an unfortunate opportunity, because I really do think they basically expanded on the melody. The main example I can think of is that they expanded on the melody of the escape sequence theme. And that expansion... Long beam. And that expansion, in my opinion, just made it... There was tension, and the original version of the track is pure tension. And then the revised version of the track is... The revised version of the track has tension, but also some optimism, a sense of triumph to it, that I think is missing from the remake version, because they just kept it to the original version of the track. Excuse me. Yeah, so I enjoyed Metroid Fusion. I was really happy when they announced this remake. You know, and I forgot this when I was talking about Metroid games I beat in the past. I did beat the NES version of Metroid, but I beat it on an emulator on my iBook. It was before I even got a MacBook. Shucks. Final verdict on Dread? Yeah, that's the gateway to Torian that we'll go into later. Final verdict on Dread is that it's not for me. I'm not happy that that's the case. And then, I don't know how many of you stuck around for the raid I did, but the raid kind of didn't go particularly well, and the sense of the discussion we had after, I was talking with the streamer, and the streamer was not happy with my lack of having enjoyed it, and said if I'm gonna bash the game, go somewhere else. And I'm like, I'm not bashing the game, I'm saying I didn't enjoy it, and I was glad you are enjoying it. And I rated him because because I had more viewers in my stream than normal, because I was playing a new release high-profile game, which I normally never do. So I had more people than normal who would probably just want to check out the game. I rated another streamer because I thought the viewers who came to my stream specifically to see this game deserved to see someone actually play it and enjoy it. And I chose the person I chose because, I mean, just in saying this, you could probably figure out who they might be, but they're kind of have connections to the Metroid fandom. And I didn't even know they were a streamer. And they only had a few viewers, and I was like, oh man, someone of this caliber deserves to have more views than this. And frankly, and after I pieced out of his stream after the sort of bad interaction we had, I didn't realize it still had the tab open. I opened up his tab like an hour or two later, and I only had to scroll back a very small amount to find that my chat's still in there. So he had very little chat activity going on. Very few views, very little chat activity. And frankly, my stream, because I'm small, I'm basically the smallest possible streamer to have any level of chat activity. I'm thankful and grateful I have as much chat activity and viewers as I do. But he had, my stream of Metroid Fusion had more chat activity than his stream of Metroid Dread, and given their history or background with Metroid, or in connections to maybe certain Metroid resources or databases, if you will, I was kind of surprised he had as few views as I did, and I kind of felt bad that at the time that he didn't. Yeah. So, and how I feel about Metroid, like I said this, I know I said this during the stream, but I felt like how I would feel if I was playing a Metroid, I felt like how I'd felt if I was playing a 3D Zelda game without, yeah, okay, I need bombs for that, I don't have those yet. And I felt like how I'd feel if I was playing a 3D Zelda game without Z-targeting. That is how I felt. I felt like that game, I felt like Metroid Dread is a game that needed some kind of targeting system that just didn't exist, and so I was just sort of lost with the combat and not able to, there we go. This mini boss was added into the game. This was not originally part of it. Oh, I forgot that he shoots these little spikes. Yeah, I forgot about the spikes. Yeah, we fight him a few times. He's sort of a reoccurring enemy that we'll fight several times. Sadly, there are only 2 Metroid games on the GBA. If things had gone a little bit differently, I'm sure they would have remade Metroid 2. And frankly, the timeline in which, I mean, if they remade Metroid 2 in this format, I would have actually liked it. Because if I don't like, there's no way there's no way I'm gonna like Samus Returns if I were to play it. Because Samus Returns is what started 2D Metroid on the track that led to how Metroid Dread plays. You're at a junction right now that has traditional active train tracks and above it a sky train. Huh. And that's interesting. Yeah, I forgot these little bugs. They start doggone one got on me. And I can't get rid of them. And I think over time they change how you handle, like they make Samus heavy or something like that. Alright. And like I remember hearing sort of stories anecdotally about how people, like, I feel like how I feel with Metroid Dread is like if I had played like the first Legend of Zelda on NES, and I played Zelda 2, and I played Link to the Past, and I played Link's Awakening, and then I went to Ocarina of Time, and just moving the character in 3D was just too complex for me, and I just couldn't get the hang of 3D combat, even with Z targeting. Like, I know there are a lot of people who like the 2D Mario games, and when it went to 3D, they really couldn't handle operating the camera and operating the viewpoint and maneuvering the character independently of each other in 3 dimensions. They couldn't quite keep up with it, and they kind of just got lost. Like, the series just moved on without them. That's kind of how I feel with the way 2D Metroid's gone, with the increasing complexity of... There we go. Oh, you're... And the sky train's going in the opposite direction simultaneously. So, the sky train, I'm guessing that's like an electric sort of people mover type thing. There's if you look up like the JFK air train, I mean, you can't now. It sounds like you're out on the road, but like the JFK air train system, this kind of sounds like that, because you mentioned something about an airport, and this train system goes over a bridge too. In fact, the only like non-Disney World monorail I ever rode on was also in an airport somewhere. I think it was an airport in Florida. Alright, we need to get the bombs. Alright. Alright, we're gonna have to shoot out some of the spikes on this guy. I forgot that these encounters with that character happen so frequently to each other. Alright. Got our first spare energy tank. Monorails, they often are. It depends. Like, monorails aren't necessarily automated. Some are, I know the Disney World, most monorail systems are, but that's not like a something that defines their function. Like the JFK air train, that is also fully automated. But there's one version of that train system, like one version of that equipment and technology that does have a manual operation due to some kind of like legal reasons, and that where they built it, they have to have a human operator. So they added a control compartment for the operator. Only in that one version. I forgot where, though. The sky train has lines going in both ways. What are the requirements? A monorail? No, a monorail isn't about like which directions the train going. A monorail is literally a train that only has one rail instead of a pair of rails. It's like if you think of like the Disney World monorail. It is an example that you could look up if you wanted to see it. An example. Yeah, monorail only has one rail. It's not a traditional railroad with two tracks that are evenly spaced. It's usually straddles the rail. For a long time, monorails have been sort of associated with futurism, or how trains in the future, the new and improved trains in the future, are going to be, even though monorails have lots of other problems with them that cause them never to be adopted. So, but for some reason they keep being pushed as futuristic, or being proposed by companies that build. Because the thing is, like with a monorail system, you're often buying there's many monorail systems. It's not like there's a standard monorail system. There's several companies and solutions that offer their own unique tracks and their own unique equipment, where once you pay for that company's stuff, you're stuck with them. Whereas with a traditional railroad, if you buy cars by, like, say, Siemens, and you don't like their stuff, you could go and buy trains from another company and run them on the same tracks, as long as the loading gauge is correct and the trains aren't too wide for the environment for the line that they're built for. I just realized I have the break-in and end-in things on top of each other, and really they should be. Hold on. Where are we at? There. No, that's still a problem. There we go. So, now we got the bombs. I mean, it's funny. This makes it look like I've done this. I played this game as a routine hobby, but I swear I've not touched this game since 2004. This is actually this is also the first 2D Metroid game, and actually I think the only 2D Metroid game my dad ever played. But he definitely got to the end of it. Because it's one of those things where he was introduced to it through Metroid Prime. But before this, he loved the Oddworld games, like Abe's Odyssey and Abe's Exodus and Munch's. Munch's Odyssey was 3D, so it's not like I knew him to have a bias against 3D games. I mean, the main problem with this was that, you know, I just wasn't sure whether or not I'd be able to see the Game Boy Advance screen, but I let him borrow my SP, and he was able to get through it. Okay, alright, so I just had to bomb all those little buggies. Alright, so let's look. Alright, so you can see, there are a couple of directions I can go in now. But, right. I want to go to the right. Let's see see if I can get any further up here. Not yet. Let's see if I can find anything new with those bombs I got. Oops. Yeah, I feel like oh gosh. Excuse me. Alright, so I actually have to make the jump. Yeah, I forgot that you encountered that giant worm guy twice in relatively rapid succession. Yeah, these stupid little bug dudes were definitely not in the original. There's no way NES could have handled the graphics for them, something that tiny, and make it distinctive enough. Check this corner. Alright, nothing good there. I keep thinking that those are going to take multiple missiles, and they don't. Now, I do wish that they had an option to turn off these wayfinder things that sort of point you in a general direction of where to go. Yeah, I wish there was an option to turn those off, but I don't remember if you have to. I know the first one you have to do, but I forgot if there's a general way you can just avoid some of them without sequence breaking. Because I really don't. I remember almost. Yeah, I have like the most general sort of memories of the original game, the NES game, let alone this remake. That oh boy. Now, the only problem I really have had so far with these controls is just the fact that, oh yeah, and once again, I don't know if I mentioned, I'm using the Super Nintendo pad again, is that I keep trying to use powers that I had in Metroid Fusion, which I played just a few days ago, and I was, in that game fully decked out, so I didn't stick around long enough to check the stream enough for Metroid database. And oh yeah, him using it. Yeah, yeah, it was kind of like, yeah, whatever. I mean, I would think that I would have assumed that he would have that particular stream would have had more of a viewership anyway. But if that's the tone of his interactions with streamers, with the viewers, especially ones that brought additional viewers to his stream, then I could imagine why he doesn't maybe have as many. Ah, here we go. I knew that looks suspicious. Like come on, get out of here. Get out of here. Oh yeah. I forgot that acts as a hive and keeps spawning more of those. There we go. Yeah, so this isn't going to be a day-long, one of those all-day streams. Getting maybe back for now into my old schedule, because I was streaming longer, more frequently, just because, I'd been gone for so long, and also somewhat because I wanted to try to hurry up and beat Fusion before I went to Dread. So I'll play a couple hours, and then I'll take a little break, play for a couple more hours, and call it. I'll be back Wednesday and then Saturday. I'm probably going to go back to the schedule I was starting before, where every other every other Wednesday, and then most Saturdays. And the thing that the sad thing is, like, I'm basically realistically, I'm probably just done with Metroid at this point. Because Metroid Prime 1 and 2 I loved a lot. I die a lot, but when I died I felt like it was because I needed to practice and get better at it, not because I couldn't control the game. And then, but Metroid Prime 3, they made the controls a lot more like an actual first-person shooter. And no matter how cool the game was, how much I wanted to like it, I really couldn't keep up with the game anymore at that point. And odds are that Prime 4 is probably going to have controls more like Metroid Prime 3 than like Metroid Prime 1 and 2. And if that's the case, then I'm just like, I didn't get through. I know I'm just not going to be able to really play the game. So, and then if 2D Metroid is like, like how, it's pretty clear that starting from Samus Returns, like, that style is the future of 2D Metroid. So, yeah, I'm okay with just the older game, with liking the older games. Like, that's not gonna be a problem for me. It's just gonna be. And when they announce new Metroid games in the future. When they show Metroid Prime 4, I'm going to be excited to see it, and I'm going to be excited to see everyone else's excitement. But I know it's not something I'll be picking up. Because the thing is, they're already, if right now, they never came out, they never released another video game again, and all I had to play was everything that was released prior to October 10th, or October 9th, 2021, I would still have more games than I'd ever have the time or desire to play in multiple lifetimes if I never had to be productively occupied again. I could just play games all the time for the rest of my life. I was already dealing with the fact that there's more games worth playing and that I'm interested in playing that I'll ever have time for. Someday I was looking all over that abandonware site, Serial Wars. I will definitely try out. I will definitely be playing a lot of that abandonware stuff eventually, and I'll give Microsoft Train Simulator a whirl, even though I can't say whether or not I'll even like it. But oh yeah, and I also forgot about these cool cutscenes. ZX from the art style of the abilities. It was like the shift between Castlevania and Simon's Quest, the forced RPG interactions. Yeah. Yeah, I never played oh shoot, we're already encountering things we're gonna need the screw attack for later. So how much of this map do they give us to start with? Alright. Well, let's see what's to the left first. Mega Man Legends was the only Mega Man you played? Mega Man Legends was my first Mega Man game because really the 32-bit and 64-bit systems of that generation were the first home game consoles I had. So there were a lot of famous game series like Mega Man and so forth that I knew of, but I never really had a chance to explore them or experience them until their sort of modern renaissance or sort of reinventions into 3D on that generation of hardware. You played the PS4 version, got 40% of the way through. I know I haven't played Mega Man Legends since renting it from Blockbuster back in the day. I never got that far into it because I enjoyed it when I was a kid. I just wasn't that good at it. But looking at it now, it looks like a game that really suffered from the fact that Z targeting wasn't really established yet. Oh, look at this. Criteria. This is... Oh, you know, this is near the surface, I think. I forgot, because this area is only in Super Metroid. I forgot that they managed to work the N64 controllers, but the PS1 has more. Yeah, I rented the N64 version, and I remember that's the first time I really realized the disadvantages of cartridges in terms of how much of the dialogue they had to cut out. Didn't Battle Network have a link cable feature? I don't know. I heard of Oh, look at this. Yeah, I heard of Mega Man. Yeah, this is another area that's... I don't think I could do much... Oh, I can get through here at least. Yeah, there's yeah, I heard of Mega Man Battle. I think I have some of those games on the GBA here. Unknown item. This was such like a plot... I was like, what the heck is this? Analysis inconclusive. Item incompatible with current suit. Yeah, it was so mysterious and creepy the first time you find that. Oh, Baktai. Yeah, Baktai, the sun is in your hand. That's a cool way to gate being able to go back out. Have the blocks light up and I can shoot them. Oh, now I could get the missile expansion. Yeah, Baktai, the sun... Oh, no, well, it's not a solar panel. It's a ultraviolet light detector that... It's a game... It's a Kojima action... isometric action game that kind of... you're fighting vampires, So the idea is you have a solar gun, and you have to charge it up with sunlight to fight the vampires. And you could cheese it if you had a blacklight in your room, but most normal people didn't have a blacklight in your room. So needless to say, I did have a blacklight in my room, and a trippy Volkswagen Bug poster to go with it. Oh, here we go. Why is it... Oh, am I just supposed to... What's going on here? What am I supposed to be doing here? Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, there's a patch that probably just, like, enables the thing to work. Now, the funny thing about the Game Boy Advance is that, at least on the Game Boy Advance and on the SP, there was a certain effect where the screen tended to flicker severely in direct sunlight. So it was kind of tricky playing that game the way it was intended to be played. Yeah, it's something that happened if you... Yeah, I felt like if I started the Game Boy Advance indoors and then brought it outside, it wasn't a problem. But then if I brought it outside... But if I started the Game Boy inside and brought it outside, it wasn't a problem. But if I started it... Oh, look at this. Power grip. What are those train operator caps called? I would just call them, like, train operator caps. I mean, that's pretty much what I'd call them. If it was a hat that had the specific plate, like operator or conductor, I'd say whatever title was on the hat. No, I remember that this was, like, now that I see it, I guess it doesn't count. I basically forgot this was in the game. Like, now that I see it again, I remember it's in the game. I don't remember much about it, but I really forgot this whole segment was even here. But that's a cool, like, see, look, like, I feel like, see, look at all this stuff I'm finding, all this progress I'm making pretty much immediately. Whereas with Dread, I felt like it was too cryptic too early on for, like, what was supposed to be the very beginning of the game, and I was just immediately just going in circles, not able to do much. Do I have one? No, I don't. Yeah, and I probably wouldn't want to get one. And if I got one and, like, went around riding a train with it, I might be accused of attempting to impersonate a transit employee. So, yeah, it's something I probably wouldn't go out of my way to do. Oh, here we go. We found it. We found Samus's ship. Now, in Super Metroid... Here we go. Yeah, in Super Metroid, you start on the surface and then go underground. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to go all the way back around now. And that's alright. Yeah, so the fact that you could, like, go to... You know, it's funny how the entire... What it seems to be the entire mission, the entire thrust of Metroid Dread is just making it back to your ship from deep within the planet. Whereas in this game, we already found Samus's ship back on the surface. Yeah, some people like wearing them out, but I probably wouldn't want to do that. Because, you know, of reasons, like I said. Yeah, this is running on Wii U. It's the Wii U gamepad's always mirrors what's on the screen. And frankly, when I'm outside of this console cam thing, yeah, like that's why I have a Wii U on my cam, so you can just see, like, what I'm playing it on. like how they position it so you could land right on the ship, because that looks cool. Weapons and energy fluid restored. Will you let me save too? Yes, okay. It's saved. Alright, we need the speed blocks to get through there. Yeah, we'll be coming back to here later. But for now, let us go back into the depths. Oh wait, no, I need the speed boost to run through there. I don't ship things very often, so I don't have it ready for return. I didn't even start the process for that yet. I'll maybe start that tomorrow. Alright, so back to the regularly scheduled export. Now, if I am a little wary of going down there, because when I go down there, I'm going to have to find my own way out, because I don't think this... Oh, wait, no, I could come back up here. Alright. Oh no, that was my father. I didn't finish that story. Yeah, a long while ago, because I thought they might show Metroid Prime 4 at E3. So the last time I went to my dad's place, and which is very far away in like a different region, a different state. The last time I visited, I bought a Nintendo Switch and hid it in a closet in a place where I knew he wouldn't go. And so then E3 came, and I was like, well, they didn't show Metroid Prime 4, but they did announce Metroid Dread. So I sent the copy to him, and he didn't find it on his door until this morning. He calls like, what am I supposed to do with this? I don't have a Switch. And I was like, oh, like look in the closet, you know, behind the box of borax. And he's like, oh, thanks. He was really amused by it. So that was fun. Oh, come on. Come on. This is not going well. Alright. So for now... And I do like how... In Metroid Fusion, the implication almost seemed to be that Samus could now do that grip thing. Because that move was introduced in Metroid Fusion. And the implication seemed to be that that was because of Samus's lighter suit that didn't have all the heavy metal parts on it anymore. So they sort of, when they wanted to reuse it in Zero Mission, they sort of added a new item that let her do the grip. Because they never actually said it, but that's kind of what a lot of people at the time were sort of interpreted it as, that Samus, now that her suit is more lighter and more nimble, she could grab onto things. Okay, so... Alright, so... Look, I went down this corridor that we weren't even supposed to go down yet, and nothing bad happened. Like, see, I could handle exploration and freedom in games. I could handle, moving a character in 2 dimensions. I could handle combat. Because, like, here, like, I already... Yeah, now that we have the grip, we can grab those missiles. So we'll definitely be going through a lot of these when we get to Torian later. If we get that far. I might, if I don't beat this game within the next couple of streams that I have scheduled... If you look at my About page, you can see my currently scheduled streams. Right now, it's nothing but Metroid Zero Mission. All the streams that would have been Dread, I just moved over to being Zero Mission. So now I'll move on to the right. And so I'll go back to playing some more in different games. I haven't quite decided what. I might move into the couple of games that I plan to stream next anyway. I already have the layouts for them ready to go. Okay, so I don't know if that was just a permanent feature that spawns those things, or if that's something I could destroy, and I could. I have a feeling... Oh, wow, it didn't... I was expecting that to just... I already got... Okay, that you need the speed boost to run through there. Yeah, and anything with the speed boost is unique to this version of the game. The speed boost wasn't introduced until Super Metroid, and this is a remake of the first game, so they introduced a lot of elements into this game that did not appear in the original NES game. Now, I remember, like, for these corridors, the effect that they accomplished this with on the NES was really cool. They replicated it in higher resolution here, but something about the way they did it on the NES just made these corridors right here look really neat. Okay, I was ready to peace out, because for a second, what I thought they were getting at was that this was going to be a room I needed the Varia suit for. Come on. There we go. Oh, no, no, no. There we go. Yeah, that did not go well. Yeah, I guess I'll need a longer jump to get through there. Unless... Now I'm supposed to head in that direction, but let's head up here first. At the very least, we could get some of our health and weapons back. Actually, pretty good. No, 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 no. That was an actual Varia suit room, and I like how it's marked in orange. I don't remember if in Fusion, like areas that were too hazardous for my suit to enter. I don't remember if they marked those out like that. Alright, at some point we're going to be able to fall down from above there. Oops. There we go. I mean, we're not doing good at all, but at least we aren't perilously low on health. That's one nice thing about... Oh. Alright. I was hoping I'd get a better prize than that. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna have to farm here for a while. That's one nice thing about Fusion, is that because every enemy released a small amount of health, it was a much quicker process to be able to farm for health. Yeah, this might take a minute. This is gonna be one of those... Oh wait, I could... Missiles... Help. Yeah, because sometimes you don't destroy them and you don't even get any goodies afterwards. Alright, I'm getting impatient. I don't think anything really vital happened between the last save point in here, so if I die, I die. We'll just go through here again. No, that's not... Yeah, okay, so that's L number 1. This time we'll... Actually, since we're here and we have more health already, how about we farm a little here? So that when, it's say... Oh, yes, perfect, perfect. So we can actually... have it decent amount of health. Alright, so we're full on health. Full on health and missiles. Let's save again. Oh, I didn't come. Did I come up here before? Oh, yeah, okay, I just. Oh, shucks. I just forgot that I didn't save since I came through here, so as far as. Even though we've seen this before, for the game's purposes, we're seeing it for the first time. Was the Super and Super Train inspired by Nintendo's franchise lineup in the 90s? It's a pure non sequitur. It is a 100% pure non sequitur that my friend spontaneously came up with as a nickname for my house, which does not even look like a train station or like an old-fashioned station house or anything. It's just a pure non sequitur that just both made us die laughing back in high school. And since then, and that name coincided with a number of things about me personally, and it just stuck ever since. Alright. So, okay. Alright, why didn't I manage to do that before? No, I didn't live... Well, the house I was living in was nowhere near the train station either. Like, it wasn't... Like, the place where I could see the train from my back window, I had moved away from that place, like, years before by then. It was a pure non sequitur. Ooh, Ice Beam. Now, if I remember correctly, in the original game, you could only have one. Like, I think you kept the long beam, if that long beam was even a thing in that game, I forgot. But there was definitely the wave beam and the ice beam, and you could only keep one special beam at a time. And so before you went to challenge the final area of the game, you absolutely had to go back and get the ice beam from somewhere, because the power-ups were kind of regenerated, and there was no way you could beat... You can't survive terrain without the ice beam, because to defeat the Metroids, you'd use an ice beam attack on them and then follow up with 5 missiles, and you could safely stand on frozen enemies. So, I mean, come on, this is just... You're just teasing us here. You're just saying, hey, come get the rest of the goodies. Yeah, I don't know what was going on where I thought that I wasn't going to be able to make that jump. Alright. Ice. Oh, no. I didn't freeze him in the right spot, so I couldn't get that last one where I would have hoped. No, you're gonna have to start again. Hey, Kalaka boy. Yep, so we're playing a little Zero mission. The next few streams, all the streams I currently have announced and scheduled are gonna be more Zero mission. No, not quite. Gotta freeze them. I gotta get as close as I can to the edge so I can make that jump. So, just gonna have... How did I freeze him all the way over there? That's kind of odd. I didn't think... I just want to wait a second, make sure they all thaw out before I start refreezing them. And there we go, we got it. Okay, this guy... Yeah, that was made to be a platform. Alright. But see, look how far I made it. And I didn't even need any pointers or directions. Like, because honestly, they put these things in here and I forget they even exist. Alright, so it's right now. Basically, they didn't even give us specific instructions. They're just saying, okay, go beat Kraid. Is basically all that meant. So I have to just find my way over there myself. There we go. Okay, so this is where we're gonna fall through that one spot we found. Yeah, we're just gonna fall straight through the floor here. Just like I said. Yep, there we go. And it all comes together. Yep, yeah, Blackable. Yeah, so we're just playing some 2D Metroid I could actually keep up with. Now, I already uploaded the VOD of yesterday, but I kind of regret. I might actually delete that and re-upload it, because I want to put at the beginning, I want to put a clip of my initial reaction to my initial reaction to that game, to the reveal of Metroid Dread. Just a contrast, just to show, like I was genuinely excited. I was happy a game that I was looking forward to was coming out. And it's... And not to beat this dead horse, but it's like, I was... Like, I know I said I'd give that game another chance today. But it was really after... the experience I had with that other streamer. It was really after that I was like, I don't owe this game my time. Yeah, I was interested in giving it another chance, but after that, it's like, I don't even, like, care anymore. So, yeah, so just move on to something I know I'd like, and like I said, I know the temptation is probably to think that I know this game like the back of my hand, therefore that's why I can play it competently, but I haven't played this since 2004. There are already things in this that I forgot were even in the game. And were actually kind of a surprise to me trying them again for the first time. Alright. Yeah, but and one thing I know I forgot is I totally forgot that you got the ice beam this early in this version of the game. Or, because I don't remember that much. I remember in the broadest, the coarsest, most general strokes possible what the first, what the original Metroid was like, let alone... Yeah, I know where I'm heading now. Yeah, I'm heading to that first... One of the earliest, most tempting things in the game is where you very obviously go through one of those first doorways near the beginning of the game. You could tell that you could go south down a certain passage right after you get the Morph Ball and head over to the right. And you just can't do anything yet. And now we have the Morph Ball bombs, so we can actually head down there. Excuse me. The Phillips Discoverer. I've never heard of that. It sounds like, isn't it an edutainment system? Okay, I didn't make that one. That wasn't very graceful. No. Alright, that didn't go well. Fortunately, there's a, oh, doggone. Fortunately, there's a farming point. I mean, it's weird calling it that, but it's an old Phillips tabletop TV that has an astronaut helmet shaped to it with a visor. And Clackaboy saying, I can understand where you're coming from. When N64 came out, you feel left behind since you're used to 2D games. Since 64 makes you that's kind of what I compared it to. I know yesterday I said it was like going to Ocarina. It was like playing a 3D Zelda game without a Z targeting system, or it felt like the way the combat was more dynamic and like the enemy placement wasn't designed. It was more designed around like accuracy and marksmanship as opposed to just yeah, it just felt like something that should have had some kind of lock-on or targeting system that didn't have it. Hey, games and broadcast. Yeah, I was, even when I was playing Metroid Dread, and the graphics are great in Metroid Dread, but I did kind of regret, like, if they had went with a pixelated art style, like, they could have made this game look like nothing else. It would have given it a totally unique feel. But frankly, making a game like that would probably have been more resource intensive than actually doing the 3D models the way they did. And the graphics still looked great. I mean, there are lots of different approaches it could have taken. And I kind of had a sense, especially with some of the cutscenes, that Metroid Dread might have been a bit of a relatively budget-restrained project within Nintendo. Yeah, those QuickTime robots, and I felt like the QuickTime events worked when the game showed them to me, but then they never worked again. I feel like it never worked again. Like how they showed me how I was supposed to stun them, because the game flat out teases you with the fact that you could eventually come down here. Oh gosh, alright. That was a little embarrassing, but yeah, like this is... Oh, cool. Whatever this is... Oh. See, I forgot that was in the game. Oh, and that counts as, I guess, speed. Yeah, I would have went the rest of the... If I did not happen to find that, I would have never known that was in the game. Yeah, this is the Wii U. You can see it there, down there in the corner. Actually, I went and missed my cue again. There we go. Yeah, I'm playing this on a little desktop monitor, but even so, it's like the games, like 99% of my gameplay on this has been retro games. There we go. More missiles. I just have to make our way back down. And at this point, we've defeated at this point, we've defeated all the enemies, so. Alright. So here we come, Kraid. This is such a fantastic piece right here. Oh, then I go and immediately interrupted by entering the save room, but whatever. Yeah, I never played an Advance Wars game until I played it on stream a little more than a year ago, last summer 2020. Because I was playing through basically whatever launch window-ish games were on the launch window-ish GBA games that were on the Wii's Virtual Console. So I ended up playing Advance Wars for the first time because I had friends that played Advance Wars. And I didn't even get... I played through most of the tutorial. I didn't even get past that. I could tell I was getting maybe a little too complicated for me to focus on and keep my chat interaction to a satisfactory level. But even just the tutorials, that like those weren't tutorials. I was just playing the game, and it felt great. It didn't feel like, oh, I have to learn all this. I was having tons of fun just with the tutorials in the first Advance Wars. Well, I never played or even heard of Konami Crazy Racers until I saw that it was on the Wii U Virtual Console and that it was a launch window GBA game. And that game was amazing. I liked that more than the Mario Kart game that was on GBA, but then again, that's also, I have to admit, that's a game I have not played since it first came out. Okay, no. I have to do that over. Flip. And shoot. Make sure it stays clear. And we're good. Yeah, so I don't have any, like, period history with Konami Crazy Racers. I never even heard of the game. But, it was just awesome playing it. Like, just the sound, even from the beginning with, like, that opening music, I was like, wow. And the fact that there's a licensing system in that game, and, like, Mario Kart never tried anything like that. Even, like, the home console Mario Kart games never had, like, a licensing system or anything like that, so it was really cool to see. I mean, the licensing, the challenges, test things were really brutal, but... I mean, that was kind of the closest... Doing those licensing tests, especially the second set, were really the closest I've ever come to doing speedrun type stuff on my stream, because it took me, like, I feel like 20 or 30 minutes to actually get through all that. Alright, that's just a shortcut back. Oh, wait, there... No, it's not just a shortcut. Please let me fall. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I saw that secret passage. I saw that conspicuously colored other block. Oh, what's this? Oh! I forgot that they added zip lines in this. I forgot. I totally forgot about that. Hey, in a save room. Oh, it's not gonna let me back through. I have to go back around, huh? Alright, fine. Two could play at that game. I did not mean to do that. No, doggone. Okay. Am I... Alright, so we're full on health and missiles. Hey, Tundex, how you doing? Hiya. Wait, do I have... Oh, I mean, I don't even have emotes yet, but I am gonna commission some soon, and I'm serious this time, but... yeah, what's up? Yeah, I tried, Metroid Dread yesterday, and it basically made me look like I never played a video game before in my life, or a Metroid game before, even though I just beat Metroid Fusion on stream. So, and it was probably this... There we go. So, yeah, Metroid Dread, as far as video games go, was probably the biggest disappointment between my anticipation for a game and then my actual experience with it, ever. But I know it's a good game. I can tell it's a good game. I'm not saying it's a crap game, I'm not bashing it. I just know I can't play it. I can't keep up with what modern Metroid is. I can play the old 2D Metroid games just fine, but what these new ones are is too complicated for me to keep up with. And that's just how it is. There we go. And, then I had an experience unrelated to the game itself after the stream that then caused me to actually, like, sort of not even want to play the game even more so than that. Okay. I thought the environment was just transforming, but no, it's... Okay. Yeah, like, the 3DS one I didn't play, but I knew with some of the things that they added to the 3DS one, some of the new, like, additions to the combat and the gameplay, like, the additions or changes they made to starting with Samus Returns were sort of the beginning of what led to me, was sort of what led to the situation where I can't even, or I guess the gameplay or controls or whatever became too complex for me. You're trying to get a raid for me? What are you negotiating with someone? Are you my agent, Games and Broadcast? That's very very sweet of you. But yeah, like, can I leave this arena? Oh, okay. If I stay here. Alright. This is how I'm like, there has to be some way I could restore missiles. Because if I'm locked in here and I can only charge, and I don't have a charge beam, the only way I can damage him otherwise with missiles, then I'm just in an unwinnable situation, and I just have to deliberately let Samus's health run out. Oh, Knight of the Raven, thanks for the raid. Yeah, we're here playing Metroid Zero Mission, because yeah, I've been, playing Metroid since 2001. Since 2001. And I was really excited for Metroid, Dread. I did my, E3 reactions, my reactions to Nintendo's, E3 Direct. And I was really thrilled when they announced Metroid Dread, but then I actually played the game, and frankly, what modern Metroid has become, I can't keep up with anymore, unfortunately. So, we decided to go back to, a traditional style, 2D Metroid. Now, we recently played Fusion on stream, and that was the first time I had, played Fusion since 2003 or 4. And this right here is the first... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, and it was the first time I... Oh, Rancho Panza, thank you. Okay. Alright. I feel like the, Man, I feel... Oh man, I'm gonna lose. Oh man, that was my first combat death on screen. Hey, Knight of the Raven, thanks for subbing. Biggest disappointment of 2021. I mean, when the biggest disappointment of my year is a recreational computer program, I think I'm having a pretty good year. So yes, I will say that that's the biggest disappointment of the year, and I'm thankful for that. Yeah, so where were we at? We were... Not exactly sure. Oh, yeah, so we were... Yeah, we were... No, this way is blocked off now. Yeah, and I beat Metroid Fusion. And like, for me, like, what Metroid Zero... What Metroid Dread is, feels to me like if I had only played 2D Zelda games before that, and then I played Ocarina of Time, and there was... If I played Ocarina of Time without Z-targeting, and like, when Z-targeting didn't exist, and I just had to figure it out on my own, and, this may give a little... I can't say that this is the reason. I do have a fine motor disability. It really doesn't affect me outside of a classroom environment, typically. But perhaps that plays into why I tend to like simpler video games, or tend to be better at simpler video games. But, I know, like, with the Metroid Prime... Like, I'm not good at twin-stick first-person shooters. So, but I was great at the Metroid Prime games, and now I die a lot in them, but when I died, I felt like it's just because I need to get better at the game, not because I couldn't operate the game on a fundamental level. But then so that was Metroid Prime 1 and 2. Metroid Prime 3 introduced more elements that were closer to a traditional first-person shooter, where there's maybe a bit more of an emphasis on marksmanship, and from Metroid Prime 3, I really couldn't keep up with the game anymore. And I feel like that's kind of the equivalent of what happened with the way they made the combat and movement more complicated in Zero Mission. Well, my favorite is Pinball. Excuse me, let me keep up a bit. Some were calling it Game of the Year. I know, it may well be Game of the Year, and I flat out said the reasons I don't enjoy Metroid Dread are reasons that are kind of unique to me and have nothing to do with the quality of the game itself. Brancho Pens is saying, you're dyspraxic and have similar experience. The game's a broadcast. That's a good analogy with the Z targeting. And Babo Mojo. You play with the enjoy. At least we all have games. And yeah, my favorite game is still NES Pinball and Versus Pinball. Oh, excuse me. Gee whiz. Yeah, so if Metroid Prime 4 has controls more like... Oh, there we go. Yeah, so if Metroid Prime 4 has controls more akin to Metroid Prime 3 than it does the first two Metroid Prime games, then I'm just going to skip out on Metroid Prime 4, even though I'll be excited when I see it, when they finally reveal it. Okay, so I can't even get out through here, so... Metroid fully decked out pinball machine with legacy references with, Oh, it's funny, you know, we weren't even talking about Metroid Pinball. I never played Metroid Prime Pinball. I want to play it on stream eventually. I thought, I could have swore that game was on the Wii U Virtual Console. Unfortunately, it's not. So, eventually, when it comes time to play Metroid Prime Pinball, we'll have to resort to, other means to play that game. Now, with Now, what was the point of that encounter? What was the point of that? Is there a pathway down here? Okay. Alright. Yeah, we're talking about, like, the NES pinball game that they made the arcade version of. Yeah, I tend to play Appropriate Prime 4 is... Appreciate Prime 4 from afar, I guess. Wii Prime, the one for Wii destroyed your thumb. Yeah, I don't have a problem. There are lots of cool games, and I see them, and I'm excited for them. I know they're cool, and I also just know that they're not for me. And I don't have a problem with that. When it comes... Yeah, everyone who's new here, I tend to... So far, every game I've played 30 different games. They're listed on my About page. Actually, this is my my 106th stream. I started streaming in May 2020 as something to do during the pandemic lockdowns. And let's see, I pretty much have played every game I've played. I haven't played many classic games. I don't think I've played anything on original hardware, such as it were. But I've played all my games through official, in a way that reflects their official original release history. Whether it's through a mini console or through a virtual console, an official digital release. I played one DOS game, Helios, for October. Oh yeah, thank you. And it's funny because my one stream was originally going to be in July. But right then, my computer's video card failed, and so I just had to save up for a new computer, and so that finally happened recently. I haven't played with original consoles, but I have played with original cartridges. Like if you look, my Sonic the Hedgehog streams. I played with an original, my childhood cartridge copy of Sonic the Hedgehog. that was for Game Gear that I played on the Analog Mega SG. But, you know, the Mega SG is a, you know, an aftermarket system. But I did like that I was able to play it with my original cartridge. So, I like to play with original cartridges if possible, or official digital releases. So basically, I try to play the games in a manner that reflects their official publishing history, but in certain cases, that's not practical or possible. And so when the time comes where I want to play a game that's not reasonably available by other means, like for instance, I played Pachinko on the SG-1000, and I played that using a ROM on the Analog Mega SG. Because that game, that SG-1000 cartridge is extremely rare and goes for thousands of dollars, and there's no way that I'm paying thousands of dollars for Pachinko on the SG-1000. Plus, when it comes to Japanese-only games, if I were to buy a Japanese-only original disc or cartridge, I would try to buy a copy that's already in the U.S. I'm not morally opposed to anyone who imports a game from Japan, a retro game from Japan. However, me personally, I would prefer not to expatriate a copy of a game that is in Japan and remove it from the Japanese market, I guess you could say. Yeah, so we already came through here. So if I had a choice, like if I wanted to play a certain cartridge game, like a certain Japanese, like Mega Drive game, for instance, and okay, I'm gonna have to come back up and around. And I have to say, Nintendo's been really good sports about keeping the Wii U Virtual Console, the eShop online, even though it was an unsuccessful system, and the Switch has been out for many years at this point. You could still purchase DS games on the Wii U Virtual Console, and frankly, I think the Wii U Virtual Console might be the last chance that will ever be given to even buy those games officially, digitally. So, definitely want to take advantage of that for those who care about such things. Alright, so now we're on the other side. We just gotta head down the shaft and to the left, unless I'm missing something. There we go. That's what I wanted to do last time. Got another missile tank, which will come in handy for Mother Green. There we go. Fence. Yeah, I don't have to waste missiles on these guys, so I won't. Even though I do have to spam the button a little bit. Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't make this explicit. Yeah, that's the camera on my console there in the corner. The history of the Wii U that I use for my streams is little... There we go. That's the history of the Wii U, and I'm playing with the Super Nintendo controller for the NES Classic Edition, which is compatible with the Wii Remote, therefore I could use it with the Wii U. For playing these Game Boy Advance games. This also, I played Metroid Fusion recently. If you want to look at, like about 90% of my VODs are hidden on or up on Switch, or up on YouTube, and most of them are otherwise unlisted, but they are available to view on the playlist. I don't want my YouTube channel totally clogged up with yeah, only since my 97th stream, only the last few streams since my new apartment in my new region, the setup in my old apartment was a lot cooler looking, to the point where I'd, you know, get up pictures and show it off. It's not really reflective of what I'm using now. There we go. But, okay, so I'm gonna have to, oh, come on. That's rubbish. Make me have to fight okay. Alright, so I'm gonna have to get the speed boost and run through all that. Yeah, I only use the console cam for like my Mega SG or my Wii U, because when I'm playing those sorts of games, I guess it's helpful to have a thing sort of making explicit, okay, here's what I'm playing on. But, yeah, everything else is been... Yeah, I haven't gone in this direction yet. Actually, if I... Actually, no, I want to... I guess, farm for health and then go save. There's a good farming point. This isn't... Is this... I guess this is an okay one. Yeah, I guess that's an okay farming point, and then I'll go save. Yeah, there's just enough space to start the sped up here. Yeah, I tend to go back to my favorites fairly frequently in this with my streams. I know a lot of streamers will just play each game only once or something like that. I tend to... Oh my goodness. Give me enough space to... Okay, I think I... overall lost more health than I gained there. So it'll take a minute to set up. Now, I've also done a couple of... occasionally I do Amazon Prime Watch Party stuff. I tend to like to do Watch Party stuff of things that I could just have on Twitch without having copyright problems. So, of course, that often involves public domain train videos and streams of old commercials. Now, I know, like, there's some big streamers like Pat Contry and others who do, like, streams of, like, 80s and 90s commercials. The 90s and 80s commercials I stream are from my own personal collection of VHS tapes from when I was a kid. So that I actually digitize myself. So you see a lot... And so one cool thing is that you get to see a lot of commercial breaks in their original context, in a sense. The only time I did an all-day stream last Thanksgiving. Because, you know, stuck by myself, couldn't see family or anything, so I just did a day-long stream of... And the video's still up, so I could do a stream of the same material over again. But it was of old 80s and 90s commercials from my VHS collection, and also, like, training videotapes for Nintendo sales representatives. And, like, there was also an infomercial for the Sega 32X, which was really kind of strange. And there was a hotline you were supposed to call to get more info about the Sega 32X. And during that stream, whenever there was a phone number, we'd call the phone number to see if it still worked. But we had to stop it because once it turned out to be an actual active business, and I didn't want to just waste someone's time who was working on Thanksgiving Day. Because I didn't think any of them would actually work. And then the other one we called turned out to be like an adult, like, novelty hotline. So we had to hang up on that super quick. So, but yeah, it was fun. Okay. Alright. Nah, we can't bait him over without risking falling in the lava again. Yeah, but occasionally I will go back to certain games that I particularly enjoyed. Especially games that are high-score attack games. Like the Pinball for NES and the arcade version of that game. Then another one I've gone back to a lot is Sonic the Hedgehog, and Sonic the Hedgehog for Game Gear and on Master System, which both of those I do play off the original cartridges. One thing I do like that I'm able to do with that is that I could pretty much beat the games on demand. So no more than every couple of months, I usually go back and play those games over, you know, just to sort of demonstrate them on stream. And every single time I play those games, there are at least one or two people who are like, wow, I've never seen this version of Sonic the Hedgehog before. Because basically, when you play the Master System or Game Gear version of Sonic the Hedgehog, and those games are, like, very, very similar, but they're different enough that for speedrunning purposes, they are unique categories they're different categories to each other. Is that people, basically when you're playing, when you play the Game Gear and Master System version of Sonic, is you're peeking into a parallel universe where Sonic the Hedgehog actually started on an 8-bit Sega system. Because Master System is kind of, the equivalent to the NES or Famicom, whereas the Sonic the Hedgehog was originally created specifically to promote and enhance the status of the 16-bit Sega Genesis. And in their day, the NES, like the Famicom, like Sega kind of tried to make Alex Kidd to be a mascot for Master System to compete with Mario. And then they went back and made an 8-bit version of Sonic for Master System. And a lot of people, especially in North America where Master System didn't do that well, didn't realize that there was an 8-bit Sonic the Hedgehog game. So what you're looking at is kind of an 8-bit demake of the original Sonic the Hedgehog. Where, you know, people will make, like, what-if kind of fan games. Like, oh, what if Smash Brothers was on NES? And they'll make, a mock-up or a fan game of what that might have been like. Well, this is kind of like what if Sonic the Hedgehog started on Master System alongside, you know, competing directly with Super Mario Brothers 2 or 3. And that's exactly what the 8-bit version of Sonic the Hedgehog is. And at the same time, the 8-bit version of Sonic the Hedgehog is also somewhat of a sequel to Sonic the Hedgehog, where it is the second Sonic game developed, and there's certain elements like Marble Zone, Spring Yard Zone that I guess they decided might not translate so well to the 8-bit hardware. So they created new unique zones like the Jungle Zone and the Bridge Zone that are only featured in the 8-bit version of the game. And so I remember there's a streamer right here on Twitch. Wasn't fast enough. I forgot that they even added these zip lines into this remake of Metroid 1. So there's a lot of new challenges all over the place. Now, like I said, and plus I haven't played this since 2004 when this came out. And at the time, it's easy to think, oh, 2004, that's the same year the DS came out. Therefore, this game came out in like the twilight of the DS, of the GBA's lifespan. But at the time this came out well before, because the DS came out late in 2004. And GBA had quite a bit of a life into 2005, even into a little into 2006, where this really... Oh, shoot. You're a big sucker, aren't you? Okay. We're going to take you out nice and quick. There we go. Nice little goodie bag we got from him, though. I have to probably fight another one of those. So at the time, this really is... Alright. I'm going to have to roll... There we go. There we go. Now I can get through. Yeah, at the time, this really didn't feel like the twilight of the GBA's lifespan. In fact, I remember... Let's look at Metroid... Actually, I can look it up on my phone, so I don't have to switch things. Let's look up... Metroid... I know it came out in 2004, but... Metroid Zero Mission... 2004... When? Okay, so North America... It came out... Wow, you know what? In North America, it came out in North America before any other region, which, given the history, Metroid wasn't always the hottest series in Japan, so that kind of makes sense. But it came out in February 2004. So at the time this game came out, the DS had only been announced via a press release about a month before then, and we wouldn't even actually see the DS or have confirmation of features like the ability to do polygonal 3D graphics, the ability to do, to have the fact that it had the wireless capabilities with the touchscreen. We wouldn't get confirmation of that until E3. And remember, back in 2004, E3 was in May and not June. So at this time, the DS had just been announced. We really had no idea what the nature of the product would be necessarily. And so this really would have came out, like and we weren't even sure exactly how the life cycle of the DS would be, if it was going... Like, a lot of people were saying, like, oh, the DS is just some crap they rushed out because they were panicking because the PSP is coming out, so they rushed out this gimmick system, and it's not going to have any games for it, and it's not going to last that long. So no one knew if the DS was going to be the next Virtual Boy. No one knew... Like, there were... Even... I think it was maybe March or April that the rumors of the touchscreen came out. Because all they initially said about the DS was that it was going to have 2 screens. They didn't even say, oh, it would have be able to do fully 3D graphics. And even that, only rather few DS games even went for polygonal 3D gameplay. Man, I really... After taking out those... I'm just calling those things crickets. I don't know what they're officially called. After taking out those big ones, they did spend quite a lot on missiles, so we have to go further down. I want to explore the top route first. Oh, man. I forgot there were 3 of those guys down here. Yeah, let's... Oh, no. I have to... How do I... Oh, you know what? I can't... Can I... Wait, can I... Okay. I could do it with a bomb. Oh. I see. Okay, I see what I have to do. And for those unfamiliar, there's absolutely no way whatsoever this puzzle could have existed in the original Metroid. The whole concept of zip lines was something that I think appeared for the first time in this game. Yeah, okay. So, I didn't know whether or not the crane would be able to pick me up. Yeah, so I gotta pick it. I gotta have it send me... Yeah! Okay, that was... We figured it out. We just have to get the timing down. I really was not expecting the, I wasn't expecting... Okay, so we have to... I got it. Somehow I got it right, like the first time I even attempted. Yeah, I guess I have to figure out when to detach from the crane. Yeah, I have to experiment with this a little. One thing I do, I guess for those who are maybe new from the raid, one thing I will say is that I do like to announce or have a sense going on of when I'll be doing breaks, how long the breaks will last, and often I end up playing 2 games, especially if I'm playing a longer game like an RPG like Paper Mario, which will last me many sessions. I will start with like a warm-up game and I'll play for a half hour, an hour, and I'll have on the ticker that I'm currently playing this, but now but in 30 minutes I'll be moving to something else. And so especially if I'm playing something like when I was playing Mario 64, I didn't want people to come in to see me playing Mario 64 and feel like they'd been tricked and I was just going to switch to another game. So you say, hey, I'm playing Mario 64, but you know, in like 40 minutes, you know, I'm switching over to like something weird like Helios for DOS, which is a game that I played last October, and I'll play it again now that I have it. I recently massively upgraded my setup. I now have, you know, yeah, we got it. We're armed and dangerous now. All right. Can I? I do want to save at this point. I want to go back and save. I didn't even... I'm just hoping this is... I can't get through there yet. I think once I defeat Kraid, I'll be able to get through there. Oh. I didn't even mean to come down here. Let's see what's over here. Okay. Well, I wanted to find a spot where I could recharge on ammo. So that's exactly what I got here. You think I think I have over 50 missiles now already? Oh, shucks. Okay. Yeah, I was just on the wrong plane. Yeah, I have over 50 missiles. Oh, I think I have 60 right now. 60? Let's see if I get any more. Wow, I have more than 60. Wow, I have a lot of missiles already. Alright, we're full. We're fully juiced up. Let's climb back up there, and I just want to save. You have to wait for those things to, oh wait. I was able to actually stop those. Gotta refreeze them. There we go. Now we can climb back up. One more. Level to go. And we're good. We could save. Alright, save complete. And we keep on moving. Yeah, let's head down where we were at before. So we fully... Yeah, I like how they only come out of that pipe when you're close enough. Because that situation right there, I could have easily gotten sort of stun-locked, I guess you could say. Ooh, map. Wow, as far as what's officially labeled, wow, yeah, yeah, it's cool. A lot of the way to the creative room is not actually, yeah, I like how they don't even specifically... I like how it just says Kraid. Not like, oh, this is Kraid's hideout, but just Kraid. Like, this area is called... just named after the boss you fight there. Alright, I know what's going on down here. There's a transparency there. There's no way. You came through here before. So let's save up. Destroy all these guys. Get up here. We already got the missile expansion. So now that I got the map, I definitely want to save again. Just in case, because... yeah, and going into, like, about Metroid Dread, I know I could have said this earlier, and I think I mentioned it yesterday during that stream, but I am the kind of person who, yeah, I've been playing video games since, like, 91, but at the same time, like, I recently started playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm not going to beat it anytime soon. I have other priorities, and I don't even know if I'll be streaming any of it. If I ever stream that, I'll start from the beginning. But I'm the kind of person who actually, like, needs... like, I could not play and enjoy that game if it were not for the... if it were not for the... I forgot what they call it. The classic mode. There's no way I could keep up with and enjoy that particular game, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's not even... you're not even playing the game, and it's like, I'm playing the game, I'm enjoying it, and it's not like you can't... if I just sit there and do nothing, the game isn't fun, but classic mode does, like, sort of bridge that sort of gap, I guess, where I could where I'm able to play the game, and I am moving and doing my own thing faster and more capable than the computer on its own would be able to do. I'm just trying to get the rhythm right to get up there. Alright. I got kind of... Oh, I got lucky a couple of times. I accidentally unrolled. Wait, if I jump... Wait a second. Something just occurred to me. Oh, okay, it's much simpler than I thought. I just have to be patient. I just have to be patient. I thought I had to bomb jump all the way up there. I don't. I just have to wait for this little guy to crawl all the way over here, and I just freeze him. Jump on in. There we go. Quite sure why they put that there, but is it not going to restore? Is it not going to regenerate? Yeah, I think I have to redo that. I didn't realize normally those things regenerate after several moments. Alright, I guess I was just introducing you to the idea of being able to be carried by the zip line as the ball rather. Alright. Oh. If this is... Yeah, not quite. Yeah, I have to come through there from the other side. I'm just gonna have to go, unless I just want to mess around here a little more. Yeah, I can't get down there. Yeah, I felt like you got the morph ball jump so early in Metroid Fusion that you didn't even get to use the bomb jump much to do much in terms of problem solving or puzzle solving. Because once you get the jump ball or whatever, so let's go through here again. There's no downward passages I forgot. So this is the map. No, the next one was the map. And that there is the... Be impatient. There we go. Well, good thing I didn't need that one energy because I couldn't even reach it. So if I... Okay, so I'm going to come back in. I'm going to look around a little bit more. This. This is just bomb carries you over the other side. There's nothing else here except that bit. Here. Wait a second. Maybe I destroyed that enemy too soon. Maybe I didn't use it to get somewhere. it's a missile. Alright, so I really can't do anything here now. I just wanted to double check it before I started heading back up. That's me being an impatient butt again. Excuse me. Am I gonna beat this today? I seriously doubt it. I have the next couple of streams I have are planned out for this. I'm going to. I mean, if I beat it today, that's fine. In 60 minutes, I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. Oh shucks, I have to do that over now. Yeah, in 16 minutes and 38 seconds, I'm gonna do my 10-minute break. I'll be back for a couple more hours, and that'll be the stream. Oh, well, thank you, Serial Wars. Well, thanks for dropping in. Okay. Wait, actually, I don't need the... Yeah, I can just... So... Through here is that passage with that... I go in the morph ball. Yeah, that's right. I remember this. It's just a one-way thing. A bunch of enemies here, but I can't do anything there yet. I don't want to have to... Yeah, I'm gonna have to actually do this the way they intend. I can at least save. I just noticed when you destroy the surface that they're standing on and sort of leave them to fall, their eyes kind of go like, "Oh, I'm falling" for a split second, which is a cool animation. I know in the original Metroid, if you shot away and like if there's an enemy that's on regenerating blocks and it's going around a little sequence, and you shoot all the blocks away, they kind of just freak out and wig around in mid-air. They don't have a fall logic programmed into them. So I already went. So there's a left passage. What's down there? Came through here before, but we'll explore over here again since we had hit a dead end in the other direction. So through here. So that if there's a way through this, oh, okay. There's fake lava. I knew there was fake lava somewhere. Well, I didn't know that. I am now reminded of the fact that there's fake lava. I forgot where it was at or how it played into the scheme of... Let's see, have I fallen low enough? Yeah, we're down on that level I was trying to get to before. Alright. See, look, I can... That's what's... Like, if Metroid Dread was just very slightly different in the way it controlled... and the way it threw me into the environment, I could have played it just fine. But it's like it felt like it got, like, aside from the controls, I just felt like the navigation and the level design just got too complex way too quickly as well. Like there was no curve to it. It just immediately became as difficult as possible. Now, I forgot. I don't remember if... Well, I guess we'll find out soon. Because in Metroid Fusion, I forgot the way that the missile upgrades stacked. Like how the super missiles were not unique from the regular missiles. You just got extra strength added to the missiles you already shot. Alright, so this is the spot. Yeah, and I could rocket through there. Looks like I'm heading... There we go. Yeah, it says... Oh, okay. I have to... Still not ready to come through here yet. But I just got a sense of what may be waiting for us. So bring the zip line all over, take the express back. Oh wait, we're not. And I forgot for... Oh wow. Oh, I see what's going on. Alright. What do they want? Shoot here. What do they actually want me to do? If these blocks can be permanently destroyed... If these blocks can be permanently destroyed, then I understand. Wait, can I bomb? Okay, this is bombable. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it. At the very least, we can. No, I know. Freeze, then. Or have really good timing there. Yeah, if I destroy each of these... Alright, cool. Because I think the speed blocks are some of the only ways you could permanently destroy those enemies. Nice, I didn't even have to freeze them. But freezing them does make it much, much easier. Yeah, but if you have really good time, you don't need to freeze them. But this just makes it a lot simpler. Alright. Got them both, and... Alright, we should be good now. It's a bit of a process, but, if I remember the mother brain fight going... Oh, you know what? Okay, I also need to... Okay, so all that... And I'm also going to need to... Oh, you know what? Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. You put the cannon right there. I just need to have the sense to use it. I have to morph ball my way all the way through there. Now, you got a lot of missiles now. You got a whole lot of missiles. So, alright. Okay, so that'll open up later. I think we have a total of 70 missiles. Yep, we have a total of 70 missiles we could use now. And we're nearing... Nice save room. Alright, so in a few more minutes, we'll take the break. Ooh, even more. We just got more missiles. Oh wait, I see the paths above. Okay. You are not invited to this party, friend. Okay. There we go. Got off screen just in time to not... What's this? Is this another unknown item? Unknown item. I forgot that it was literally called unknown item. But, Analysis inconclusive. Item incompatible with current suit. She has to get the, Oh, actually, we could recharge here. Weapons energy fully restored. And we're right on the other side of where... Oh, wait, can we... It would be kind of crazy if you really could just blast through this particular wall. Now, hey, I guess certain other walls like that are gonna be... Yeah, all of these walls are gonna be navigable now. We can access the new path because we, I wonder if destroying those blocks is something that's sort of saved to the game's memory, like a permanent obstacle destruction feature. Well, we could find out very quickly by just going back to the next room. Alright, so they restored, but you could still destroy them as needed. And those are destroyable by bombs as well as by the laser or the missiles. Excuse me. There we go. Oh. He was like a frame or two away from hitting Samus's hitbox there, so I'm glad I was able to take him out when I did. Oh, another save room. I think we're getting really close to Kraid. I'm sure there's some kind of passage here. Yeah, there's no way there's not. So we're up here. Just to make sure there's not nothing nearby now. So we'll just run straight to the left. This is a room we've been to before, whatever is over here. Okay, this is... I know this spot. That's not what I was trying to do. Yeah, this is the spot where we needed to use missiles. Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot, if Samus... She down, left, you could go up too, so... I don't know if she could do that in Fusion. Fortunately, those things don't, respawn. That's just to get you over here? I've already been over here. So we restored some kind of ability. Oh, we already did all this. I'm still used to having the speed run from from Metroid Fusion, that I somewhat expect Samus to start going like hyperspeed mode, but so it's not gonna happen here. No, I didn't mean to. Wait, can I? No, okay, this is just a straightforward passage. If I go down, wait. That was. Wait, this is... Wait, I've been through here. The save room I've been to before. No, I do want to... Let's see, edit. Oh, Okay. Yeah, I forgot. I just want to make sure my timer actually would ring, because the default setting for some reason for the timer that I've been using is for it not to ring, and it's the first time I've set it up on this machine. I mean, it ends, but it doesn't ring in an audible way, so unless I'm specifically paying attention to the timer, I'll just keep on playing, or whatever. So this here. So we've been through here. How about we... There we go. Yeah, almost at full health again after getting... We got tagged by those guys a lot, but... Yeah, we're at full health and missiles, so let's save while we have the chance. Because it does take quite a while to farm in this game. Because that's about Metroid Fusion. Oh, I see a crack in the floor. Hey, how about that? How about that? So, I saw that crack in the floor and I was like, that looks awful suspicious. And I think that's going to lead us down to where we need to be to get to... So we only have 44 seconds left. So that seems like a good point. We have a clear point to new material, new area of the game, of the dungeon map. Well, dungeon map of this area of the game. Because, like, in Metroid, everything's the whole game's a dungeon. Especially in Metroid 1, in this game here. Like in the original Metroid. Or at least this interpretation of the original Metroid. And it does take a while. I do like saving with full health and battery, full health and missiles on this game because, like I said, it could take a minute to farm because in Metroid Fusion, Samus loses a lot of health per hit, but that's because every single enemy she destroys gives a little health back or a little weapons back, so it's a lot easier to farm in certain spots. Alright, so that'll be... I'll be back in... Okay. So... I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll be back for a couple more hours of Metroid Zero mission. But for now, I'm gonna jump over to my my hold screen, and I will be back in 10 minutes. So thanks for joining me so far. If you're gonna move on at this point, and for those who'll be on the other side, grab a drink, use the restroom, grab some sandwiches, or whatever you do, and I'll be back soon myself. welcome back, anyone who dropped in the stream since I left, and anyone who's stuck with me, whether you've been active in chat or just keeping quiet and minding your business. Let's see, how about... My timer's being weird, hold on. There we go. There we go. So, let's jump back in to another 2 hours of, or so of Metroid. Metroid Zero mission. For those who might not know what's going on, I'm kind of playing this because I was... Oh man, we caught that. We almost fell right through there. But I was looking forward to... Alright, we know what's through that door. We know what's through that door, so let's... I didn't realize I was saving. You know what? Yeah, like what reason is there not to go through here? So I did not realize I was, Oh wow. Yeah, these doors first appeared in Super Metroid. I first played this on a Game Boy Advance SP, so the layout you're seeing here is maybe a little dishonest. Yeah, Kraid is actually big in this game. I like the, I forgot that they included the Kraid, the music from, Super Metroid. Yeah, he shoots navels at, well, he throws claws at you and shoots navels at you, which is kind of gross, but it's a alien boss monster, so it's kind of what you'd hope for, or what you'd expect. Now, oh, you have to hit him with a missile just to get him to open his mouth. Now, yeah, gotcha. No, no, no. No, I have to... Oh, okay, I have to... Yeah, you have to hit 2 weak points. You have to hit the spot... You have to hit that eye with a missile. And you have to, Man, the timing was so bad crawling up those... Almost got 2 in one go. Yeah. Oh, man. Well, at least I climbed up those platforms without... Ooh, boy, this is... Like, I'm not intense in terms of, like, fearing for my safety, but it is intense in terms of just, like, getting the timing good to, I mean, I really should. I will. I could grind for a while. On, for ammo and health. Yeah, I don't think that paid off, ultimately. Yeah, the timing has to be good to, jump on the platforms and grab those health items. Grab those health items. Without also, getting hit by the projectiles. Yeah, that sound there is vaguely reminiscent of the Ridley X screams. Not quite that epic. I mean, those were some... Oh gosh. Pistols don't deal explosive damage. Oh man, now I'm in trouble. Alright, so we got a little health back. Got a little ammo back. Ooh. Oh man, this is... Oh man. So we got pretty far. We got pretty far with that. That's, I think, that's funny, in the game, in the language of the original game, I think with the, in the manual, I believe, they refer to Kraid and Ridley as mini-bosses. And I guess that's just to establish that, like, Mother Brain is the final boss of the game, which is fair enough. But, like, yeah, this is not a mini boss to me. This is as legit a boss as you can get. You can do a lot. My aim here is to do a. I mean, obviously, we're going to do a lot more damage much earlier on into the fight. Because I mean, I'm almost saying like something that doesn't need to be said, because obviously the longer you can keep your health up before taking a certain amount of damage, the better your chances later on. And the patterns of oh, we're already doing tons better. Even like at this point, I feel like perhaps even if we don't necessarily do that much. Oh look. We didn't even have a full tank left the last time we got this far, so I think we've got it. Oh wow, we might have only been 1 or 2 misses away last time. Yeah, eat it, eat it, eat it. You know Samus wouldn't just be waiting for him to blow up. Yeah. Is there anything cool over here? Yeah, I like how it wasn't telling me to beat Kraid. It was telling me it just wants you to get the speed booster. They didn't intend for us to destroy poor Kraid. Like the implication of this that Kraid just happened to get in the way of Samus getting the speed booster. Certain blocks and damage enemies. And I'm already familiar with some of the awesome. Wait, was I fully recharged by that? How many missiles do we have now? Oh yeah, we have 70 now. Alright. Now. Yeah, just tear right through all this. Oh. Let's see if I can... Ridley's next, obviously, but, no, I didn't. I want to see if there are any special benefits. I didn't even check to see if those are speed blocks, but if they are, I want the satisfaction of destroying them with speed. I mean, there's no other way to destroy them if they are speed blocks, but... Yeah, shit on the dangles right there. There we go. Yeah, I tore right through that. Oh yeah, okay, anyone who's played Metroid or Zero Mission, you remember this part. This part is the part where you kind of do this thingy here, which can take a while to do as intended, but You basically use these regenerating blocks and shoot above you as the blocks regenerate beneath you. Sort of, it forms a kind of laddery sort of effect. But it's, or at least in the original it did. It's not quite, it's like the timing for it isn't quite there to do it as you would in the NES version. Not, and mind you, I could not, there's no way I could beat the NES version of this on command. I'd have to relearn it from scratch. But, okay. Alright. No. Oh, God. Oh, come on. I gotta do all that over. Okay. Alright. So if I... Yeah, there's a very... I feel like this is a lot simpler in the NES version, but it was also a lot harder. Whereas here, they give you a few different ways you could approach going up that shaft. Any long hallway like this, I'm just going to kind of assume now that their intention. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like I have this feeling that I'm gonna. Okay, missiles. Yeah, so I had to take a little. I think they intend for you to go through here. Maybe after you get the various suit. But for the little bit of health we lost, actually almost a full tank, I'll take the missiles for that. Especially, they're kind to give you a spot to grind right after that. Spot where they knew a lot of players would probably take a bunch of damage. No. Yeah, let's just keep it. I don't know what's on the other side. Oh, a save point. Thank you. This is the first. I think this is the first time we saved since we beat Ridley. So. I'm pretty sure. Oh, what a cool escape scene right there. Alright, can't get those last couple, but take what we can get. We know this spot here. Actually, now that I can actually get to him again. Yeah, yeah, in the first Metroid you cannot shoot down, so using enemies as platforms, you couldn't stand on them as long as you need to jump, shoot down, and refreeze them. So it was a lot trickier. Yeah, looks like we tore it up in here. Yeah, let's head back up there. See what we can find now that we have the speed upgrade. Yeah, I forgot the exact flow of the game from this point, whether in the NES or the... Well, especially not the NES, but in this version either. So, I'm interested to see what's going to happen next. Or what we end up finding, because we... Oh. I forgot this cutscene was in the game. forgot. Oh. I forgot that implication that Ridley was still in space at this point, and he might have come to the base after Crater was destroyed. Like, uh-oh, it looks like some details need my attention back at... I just flat out forgot that... Yeah, I forgot that this was there after you beat Ridley. So it still needs to go back to Norfair. Alright. Now, if I remember correctly, in the Famicom Disk System version of this, they originally conceived the elevators specifically as a way to mask the loading times, which was something that that Retro would do later on with Metroid Prime, where the elevator sequences, as well as doors that sometimes took quite a while to open, were used so that they didn't have to have like a now loading screen, and it masked it pretty well actually. And I think that's also kind of uses the elevators as an opportunity to swap between, I guess, different batches of graphics. Is there anything within the game? Yeah, let's keep. I mean, we're nearly at full health, but you have the chance to be 100% full health, so you might as well use it. Save again. Yeah, this is the first time is this the first time I came through here since I got the ice beam? I think it is. Now, like this section here, this hall right at the beginning of, Brinstar, like the way Metroid and Kid Icarus, they both kind of use the same engine as such as it were. I don't know if that would be called that in the NES context, but they both, like, I know, like Metroid, there's basically, you're actually seamlessly, like in this equivalent hallway in the NES version, you're actually moving in and out of rooms. Because each little section, each little screen, one screen block pretty much, takes up its own room. And you're actually scrolling seamlessly in and out between what are actually different rooms in the game, in the same way that, like, the first Legend of Zelda, you're moving between rooms. But it seamlessly scrolls between the rooms, so you don't realize it. And so for a lot of those sections that where you're moving through similar looking platforms repeatedly, you're actually moving in and out of the same room repeatedly. But it's programmed in such a way that you don't realize you're doing so. So what that does is save space that the game otherwise would have to use to store all those different platforms. You're actually, and basically the entire game is programmed like that. So it knows, okay, scroll this person through this same room 4 times, and then this new door appears. And yeah, we're doing okay. Wow, I really didn't even need the map. I knew just where to go. I didn't realize that. And so the escape sequence after you beat Mother Brain is the same way, where you notice it's the same several platforms over and over, and you don't realize that you're actually moving between the same. You're moving through the same room over and over as you're going through up that escape sequence. Yeah, I'll just head this way till we run into something new that maybe we get access because we have the speed boost now. Yeah, Norfair is this kind of strange area where it's not really, like, claimed by anyone. It's not Ridley's hideout, it's not Kraid's hideout, it's just Norfair. It's just kind of a pass-through region that you visit a couple of times. And then, I know well, I mean, they're using... In Super Metroid, I think there are 2 different sections to Norfair. I think one of them has the different music. I think that's the section where it's always super hot and you need the various suit. Okay, okay, we found the new area. And I really don't remember how they dealt with that in the original game. Like how they deal with the fact that... Because there's no speed boost icon, there's no speed boost thing in the original game, so I forgot how they gated this area off. But in the context of this here, it's a good way to do... Okay, we need speed boost to fall through there as well. Okay. We definitely... I think that green door means we need the super missiles. And I don't know when... Well, I guess we'll be getting them soon, but as long as we're finding new areas to explore, we're making good progress. Hey, new... What is this? Is this high jump? High jump, okay. And mind you, I didn't remember that. That made me. I could play that off like I'm some kind of expert. I didn't remember that the high jump was there. I'm just thinking of the power-ups that she would have, and the high jump was one of the ones that adds morph ball jump. Oh wait, so it adds morph ball. Okay. Is an energy fully restored. Okay, so it adds. Oh, and by the way, I just want to mention, this is one of the Game Boy Advance games that had the sleep function built into it. And in a world before DS and 3DS and PSP, where you can just flip a switch or just close the lid and the system instantly falls asleep wherever you're doing, in the Game Boy Advance games that had the courtesy to add an easily and quickly accessible sleep mode, when you're getting on and off the bus, or playing on the go, or you're in a waiting room and, oh, it's time, or you're waiting for a train, oh, your train's here, having that sleep mode was something that if a game was a 9, adding sleep mode would make me bump it to a 10. Oh, no, we need Varia. We need Varia to get any further. And since we have the Chosen statue right there, we'll let it heal us. And I really don't remember them adding the... I don't remember there being demarcations on the map of areas that were dangerous for us to enter without the Varia. Alright, so we gotta... I mean, we could speed boost through there, but... I mean, I could jump... we can't quite jump back up there. So we can't access this whole new... Okay. What? 50% odds that one of this is a save point. Nope. But it's something else, though. You know, it didn't even occur to me that there was the spot we were heading to. You know, it's funny. You know what? I don't remember if it's taking... I think it might be guiding me to something on the surface with that Chozo Ruin stuff. Because I honestly remember... My memory is of... I don't know if this is true or not. Is of Norfair being ultimately kind of the gateway to Kraid's hideout. It's nice that now that we've gotten this far that the speed boost does... The map is designed so that once you get to that point, the speed boost does serve as a form of fast travel to make areas of the game you've already seen multiple times go a lot quicker. guess I actually do need to... And up we go. Yeah, so, yeah, I think this is leading us to something on the surface. So we have to go there from this central passage here, and go further up. That's what I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna guess we have to go to the right. You have to go left, up, right, and then back up, because I think we could jump higher now. Oh, I know we could jump higher now, but I think that's what the game's getting at now, that you could just go there. Go ahead and use it. And there's some spots like that where... I mean, you have to question the Space Pirates why they would have that. I mean, because that there was a spot where I think in the original game is where you would just get the missiles. When you get the missiles in the original game, I do believe they are just hanging out in the open somewhere. It's not even something you get from a Chozo statue. So, we go up, and the next doorway that leads to the right, we're gonna head to the right and then up. I'm guessing with the high jump ability combined with the ability to I thought a couple of those little bugs landed on Samus, but no. There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing. So we already went down there. Uh-oh. We got another encounter with this friend again. I forgot at what point we actually permanently kill this thing. Okay. I don't know if I just have to hit it a couple of times, then the third cycle it runs away, or... Yeah, and it's like those encounters, I know I look bad when I do them, but it's like it doesn't give me enough time to get into the path. Like if I had to repeatedly face him, like if I had to beat him all in one go and I died a couple of times, I'd get this pattern down to the point where... And I know with the second encounter with Box in the last battle, that was one of those times I really was proud of, you know, being able to figure out his patterns in real time. Okay, so I'm guessing what the game's getting at is that we can go travel higher up here. But before this right here was as far as we got. So let's go. Yeah, we can climb higher now. Especially with the, our newfound high jump and ice beam. But we gotta time it right, I guess. Or not. Can I just... Yeah, we definitely need to get up there. Do we have to come from the... Do we have to go all the way around and go from the other side of Brinster? That would be quite... Well, at least we can save here. Oh wait, I forgot to update the timer. That's not break in. That is end in. There we go. Yeah, the stream will end in 90 minutes from now. Or at least it's planned to end 90 minutes from now. If I'm like 10 minutes away from beating the game, I'll go ahead and beat it. But I doubt I'll get that far that quickly. Wasn't there something here? No. I might as well restore. Huh. Roll on through. Wait, can we? No, no goodies. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to come through this other way. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come all across back to the central shaft and head up. I guess that's what the game wants me to do. But we'll find out, and if it's wrong, I'll just have to backtrack and try again. That's where I got the map from. I mean, this corridor looks long on the map, but actually traveling through it is pretty quick, especially now that you have this more powerful. I mean, the fact that we fought a mini-boss going through there made me feel like we were making the progress the game intended. Because, like, that's something new in that area. Oh, okay, I already got the goodies up here. Stupid bugs. There we go. Oh yeah, this is all new material. This is all new sections of Brinstar that I haven't been to before, so I'm guessing. Well, let's see what's up here first. The game's rather... okay. Alright, nice. Can I bomb down? Oh yeah, I can. What's this? There's something else hidden here? Ooh, what's... okay. I know this spot. Oh, I just noticed this. Over by... I never noticed this before when I originally played the game. Over by the entrance to Torian. There was like a flame there. Yeah, there's a flame there, I guess, to symbolize that we killed Ridley. I mean, that we killed Kraid, not Ridley. Alright. So I guess... and I do like how they took, like in Super Metroid, there's that idea of having the idols. Oh wait, can I not get back up there? Alright, I'm gonna have to fall down there and come back around, unfortunately. It's minor time waste. Is there? No, there's no save point, especially close by. Or no recharge point. Not that we're desperate for health or anything. Yeah, what's interesting is how far we've come in relation to how little health we have. I feel like I feel like when I first played this, I got a couple more energy tanks by this point. I feel like I've been fairly diligent in hunting for stuff that isn't necessarily immediately on the marked path. Wait, no. Okay, this is the corridor we have to go up. And I fell back down on the other side because I went to go get whatever that was down there. I think a missile expansion. Yeah, if that was a frame later, I'm pretty sure I would have ended up... Here we go. New material. And right here, I remember how all this stuff looked on the NES. It's very... Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, they did a cool job translating this sequence here. Yeah, I remember the spot with all the pipes. Some of these guys, some of these areas have enemies waiting. There we go. Some lead you into lava. They're making this game look easy. I mean, I'm playing on normal mode. I've died a few times, but it's like, I just wanted to show, because I was thinking of, like, if I planned this, I would have planned to play Zero Mission, then Fusion, and then Metroid Dread. After yesterday, I really just wanted to prove, it's like, I can play these games. Like, it's not like I don't know how to play video games or something like that, or I can't play action games. Because, like, I'll say, like, frankly, like, I know I can't play traditional first-person shooters. Oh, you know what? All the other times I was using it, good catch there on my console cam. All the other times I was using the Wii, because when I went to set everything up to play Metroid Dread, it was the first time in a long time I unplugged the Wii U. The first time since I set the Wii U up for, the first time I had unplugged the Wii U, because normally the Wii U gamepad was always plugged in. And so, well, that shows this is live at least. Yeah, I just forgot that I didn't plug it in, because normally I had it plugged in all the time. Yeah, there we go. Well, I mean, this is one of those things where, like if I was speedrunning this game using this version, having the gamepad screen there and my monitor would be one of those things that would help verify the legitimacy of my run. Now, like, if I had tried to do something sneaky, like if I was doing a Mario Party 2 stream, and I set all the players to computer players, and acted like I was playing, like, that's something that would have busted me, perhaps. But, well, not necessarily, because, I mean, it's set up, obviously, that you can play with the real controller while the gamepad is, out of commission. Alright, so we're on the right track now. Yeah, I just, like, I fully admit, like, I can't play modern first-person shooters. So if I tried one for fun and I sucked at it, I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, a 2D Metroid, I know 2D Metroid. I've played 2D Metroid, and I just wanted to show, I mean, even though I just beaten Fusion before I played Dread yesterday, that it's like, it's not like I've never played an action game before, or something like that. Because I remember, like, that Fallout, when, there was someone from Kotaku, he had to review or played a preview version of Cuphead or something. And I know Kotaku has various issues, but I'm talking about this specific instance where someone was supposed to do coverage of Cuphead and they couldn't play that far into the game, and they couldn't beat any of the, because I understand Cuphead is basically, it looks like, I was under the impression that it was going to be a platformer. I believe there's short platforming segments, but for the most part it's a boss rush kind of game. And he could not play that far into it. He couldn't even literally play much of the game enough to comment on it. And he got a ton of backlash for it. And it's like, hey, like, if you can't play that kind of game, or the game's not, or you're not good, or then it's like people were calling him a fake gamer and stuff, and I don't know the details of it, but that's why I kind of felt so like yesterday, like when I couldn't get into the way it controlled and the way it wanted me to deal with the enemies and the situations and the movement and the controls. I'm like, I've been playing games since '91. I've played the side-scrolling action run and gun games, and the way this game controls, the way it's set up, it just doesn't click with me, and it's, I guess I mean, to put it bluntly, I just felt like, I mean, I wanted to play this game anyway, but I just sort of felt like I need to validate myself, or just sort of prove that, like, it's not like I just, I'm not sure what, they want me to bomb here? What do they want me to do? I have to figure out what they want me to do here exactly. What do they want here? So what do they want here? This is interesting, because there's this whole area to the right that I can't... This whole area to the right that's unexplored. They want me to go up. They want me to end up there where that flashing thing is. Because I definitely... Now I'm like watching everything. Looking for any place the morph ball might be able to get to that's not... Oh, is that... I mean, I'm probably gonna die now. I probably wasn't supposed to go down there yet. Okay. Yeah, I made it out the other side at least. Was that the only way to get through there? Is that where they put the spawn point thing for enemies to farm health and off of? I know that thing on the right, that's something I'm going to need the power bombs for. Alright, so let's get back some of this health. Let's farm that back and keep exploring. Because right now I'm stuck a little bit. I don't remember exactly what to do here, and that's fine. I don't... Yeah, it's like the controls and the navigation and stuff was so cryptic. I immediately didn't know where to do, and I was just going in circles for the better part of an hour. So let's look at what we've got to work with here. You know what? Yeah, down to the right. That's, okay, down to the right. I see that's, I'm gonna use the power bomb at some point to blast through there. Wants me to go up there. So, come back. Oh, you know what? I know what's going on. Yep. I should have known. I saw this before. I saw it, and I Why did I look at that? Because I don't think I said anything out loud, but I looked like, oh, there's bugs up here. That's a cute little detail. And somehow I didn't think, oh, I just need to go up here. See, like this, that feels like reasonable challenge. Like it was cryptic, but it didn't feel like it was reasonable. It felt reasonably solvable, and I think I need to use some of those enemies as platforms. No, back up here. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Here we go. Now we're making progress again. See, look, I was stuck there for me. Oh, more of this crap. Alright. Maybe this is... Oh, you know, okay, I see. The bugs are eating... They eat those for me, but on the way back... I'm gonna get the power bombs, I think, is what's about to happen. Either the power bombs or the super missiles. And on the way there, I had to have the bugs eat them for me. On the way back, I could blow them up. For a second, I was like, I thought I hit another dead end. I was like, shoot, like... Yeah, I see, like, that's... Yeah, I think... I forgot... Oh, shoot. I forgot whether I get the power bombs or the super missiles. I let them eat the thing for me. Thanks, you little buttholes. Okay. Yeah, it's so cool. I forgot that whole concept. They introduced the idea of these little bugs, and then later on they actually, you could use them to get you through an area you otherwise couldn't. Various suit. Alright, so now the various suit. And I thought I was going to get the power bombs maybe, or the... Increases damage taken from enemies, prevents damage from acid and heat. I like how they stayed true to the original Metroid here, and they did not give Samus's various suit the iconic, like, spherical shoulder pads that I know people have, over the years, speculate that there's cooling equipment inside those spherical shoulder pads of the various suit. Because in the original Metroid, when you got the various suit, it was only a change in color. The reason they designed the spherical shoulder pads and made the various suit physically look different was because in Metroid 2 it was on Game Boy. So you couldn't change the color of the suit, so that's why they made the suit physically look different. For once, they're not going to add a little bonus, some bonus goodies in here for observant gamers like me. Okay. Alright, I accept that all I get is the upgraded suit. Nice. Oh, we're immediately just gonna... Finally, some more energy. Ah, here we go. Finally, a third spare energy tank. So we've gone pretty far in the game without getting any more. Just got a nice video of the SkyTrain. Oh, awesome. Okay, there we go. Not interested. Now, I wonder what this is going to let me, great view where you're at. Now, I wonder, Let's see. 'Cause I was, yeah. So I wonder, should I go back? Is there aren't there areas in Norfair that we couldn't get through yet? Yeah, here's a place where we want to save. Let's see, can we beat Ridley in an hour? That's interesting. That'll be interesting to see. Now that lava isn't a hazard for us. Oh, wait, we can... Yeah, let's explore. Okay, so there's... Yeah, so I don't think these are with power. Can I bring... And there's some bugs nearby. Where are those stupid little bugs when you need them? Are they nearby? I could bring them. That is now... Yeah, I forgot that whole thing. I went from... Yep, here we go. Yeah, I went from like, darn, those stupid little bugs, they're so useless, I hate them, to like, yeah, I'll bring you right over here. Lunchtime, little guys. Lunchtime. There we go. Yeah, I forgot that. That is so cool. I forgot all about that. That is so... I'm so glad I waited so long to play this game again. I guess I've forgotten all those cool things like that. Now we're back on the other side. We can get... Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah. That's down in Ridley's layout. Yeah, and I can see where... I can see right where I need to go, because, that was a room I couldn't... In Norfair, where I couldn't get through before. But if they ever made a transcontinental underwater train, would I ride it? There's a lot of vintage experiences. There are a lot of like vintage rail experiences and like preserved heritage railways and stuff like that. I'd sooner be interested in than riding a modern transcontinental underwater train, or any modern train of any kind for that matter. So it's not that I'd be opposed to riding it. It would be cool and interesting to ride it, but that, like, modern trains are going to be around, you know, as long as trains exist. Whereas with a lot of heritage trains, when they talk about stuff like the Bluebell Railway, I mean, there are debates being had now. Is it the right thing to restore this, you know, 150-year-old steam locomotive, for instance, to working order? Because there's a question as to, alright, we could restore this locomotive to working order, but if we did, how much of it would even be the original machine anymore? Is it, for historical purposes, even worth just leaving it as it is and having it as a static museum piece? And, you know, they're starting to build new versions of these old steam locomotives just because, in some cases, just because, is it worth it? Is it preservation to run these locomotives and replace part after part to the point where there's nothing left of the original machine? And so there's certain machines that are in service still today. I mean, you could restore it and uphold original build quality, but there's kind of like the parable of the thought experiment of the ship of Theseus, where you know, the ancient hero Theseus, you know, had a wooden ship, and after his passing, you know, successive generations kept restoring the ship so it could continue sailing in memory of Theseus, to the point where there is now not a single beam of wood left that was part of this ship that Theseus sailed in. Or the idea of grandfather's axe, the heirloom axe, where the grandfather has an axe, his favorite axe, he passes it on to his son, he replaces the handle when it gets worn out, and then the grandson replaces the axe head when it gets worn out. And so the grandson passes it on to the great-grandson, but there's nothing left of the axe that you know, great-grandfather had, you know? So, and then, like, there's some machines where the parts to even, like, it's not even possible to create the parts necessary to restore the machine anymore. Hey, we got him. That was a long time coming. Hey, cool, the charge. That's a cool way to give us the charge beam. Because I was wondering if, B to charge, press release to fire, charge attack, jump with a full charge. No, in some cases, like, they could build a modern replica, and they're able to sometimes machine these parts to a higher level of precision than the original machines, where it's like, yeah, like, we could they could build a new version of like a 1900 locomotive to a better level than the original machine, where it's like we could save the original machine and then give people the experience of riding behind the like a modern version of this locomotive that's better than the original locomotive and cheaper to operate. It could get to a point where, all right, it might cost us like $1 million to restore this machine, this locomotive, or you could build a part for part better replica, modern replica, for like half as much and let people ride behind a real steam engine. So yeah, so there are lots of debates back and forth as to what approach should be taken in terms of restoration with some of these machines. But yeah, in terms of rail fanning or going on pilgrimages to see certain trains or certain railways, either actual railways or ones that could theoretically exist in the future, I would probably be more interested. There's always more, especially if it involves international travel, there's always going to be more vintage or heritage stuff that I'm more interested in seeing than let's see if I can... Yeah, I'm gonna have to make the jump and then keep running to blast through that area. No, not quite. I have to run a little further. I have to run through the save room, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna run through both sides of the save room. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, doggone. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to jump through it the old-fashioned, tiresome way of blasting through all these little fire dudes here. Came through here before, but now we can go down. See that area? I can't. Unfortunately, they didn't intend to mean this to show off on stream. But there's an orange area to the left and down from where I'm at, and that's an area that. Oh, did I? Okay, I need the screw attack to get through there. Right through the floor. There we go. Oh, we're already there. We just have to go to the left. We'll end up the next room to the left of here. I forgot yeah, I got the charge beam, but I forgot I had it. Because, I mean, I have so many missiles, I don't need the charge beam for that many things anyway. We have nearly 100 missiles. So let's bomb. Yeah, here we go. And all new content here. Get up there. Ah, there we go. Couldn't quite bomb him quick enough to... Just aim down and... Oh, you're not gonna come up for me now? Okay. Well, I guess that's kind of gameplay-wise that's considered. I thought I was gonna use that to, They float down like Space Invaders, these guys, a little bit. There we go. Well played. Okay. I forgot that... like, I'm telling you, I've not... This is the first time I played this game since 2004. I mean, there's one point where I got up to the Mother Brain battle near the end of the game, and was routine... Okay, so I have to blast through all this. Yeah, blast through all this, and I guess run far enough along. There we go. Oh, I fell, but doggone, I have to do it again. Yeah, I got all the way to the Mother Brain battle, and I would just go through the last section of Torian and just casually beat Mother Brain for fun, just because that was such an... Mother Brain fight in this, and in Super Metroid, it's such an epic battle. It's so cool. You know, the whole, like, just going through this metallic maze, they're just Metroids everywhere. Some of the toughest enemies of the game all over the place. And, you know, they're nuclear donuts flying at you from all directions. Then you get in this room with, like, 7 or 8 barricades you have to keep slamming with rockets. And they watch it, like, wither down. And if you take too long because you're dodging the Rinkas or dodging their gun torch at you, they're nuclear donuts, or, well, Rinkas they're called. I call them nuclear donuts. The little glowing energy rings flying everywhere. And you watch them rebuild. If you don't take them out fast enough, then you get to Mother Brain, you start shooting those rockets. You crack through the glass starts cracking, then the glass breaks and you start shooting the eye itself. It's like, you just feel like you're penetrating, like, the most well-defended thing ever. And the whole time Mother Brain's sitting there just watching, like, she's getting closer, like, oh crap, shoot more, you know, firing the turrets, firing the Rinkas, and recharging the Zebatites, which are those self-restoring, like, organic walls, you know, and then you blast the thing open and she starts shooting the I-beam at you, which I think is something that only happens in Zero Mission. I don't think she... Oh, shucks. I did not mean. Alright, we gotta be getting super missiles soon, if you've got a glass door right there. I have a feeling that this right here, I have a feeling that's... Actually, no. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to... I have all my health. I just want to get some rockets back. Or missiles, rather. I guess missile makes it sound a little more... Like, rockets makes you think more of, like concussion and a huge explosion. But missiles makes it sound like more like a precision, like, instrument, I guess. I guess the difference between, like, a rocket and a missile is that a rocket could be for war purposes or for peaceful purposes, but a missile is specifically always for missile purposes. But then, like, our first American human space flights were done with Redstones, which were basically just missiles with a human-rated space capsule on top. Oh, man. Man, that thing... Excuse me, sucker. That thing... took off half of a doggone... That sucked. Just hitting him took off half of a... Alright, so we gotta head down. Just wanted to explore up there a little first. Here, I'll need super missiles to get through that door. Alright. New territory time. Now, one thing they did, like Super Metroid, I think for the pink doors, you needed to shoot them with like 5 missiles. Here, they're like, alright, the point of this door was to gate you, so you couldn't get through here until you had missiles. So there's no point in having you shoot 5 missiles just to open it. On one hand, I mean, in terms of wasting your ammunition, that's rather merciful. But in regards to, like, it felt satisfying, like, this is a secure room, I have to blast with missiles, blast, 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 blast. Yeah, let me in, you better let me in. It felt kind of satisfying blowing those doors open with all those missiles. Ah. Now I see the path to Ridley's hideout. I mean, I always knew, the main thing I remembered about Norfair, I think they added a lot to this section and this game, but I do remember that Norfair was just kind of this in-between area between Brinstar and Ridley's hideout. Alright, we'll just have to... Yeah, I know, we're gonna come through that door we came through. No, this isn't even it. This isn't even the spot I thought it was. Alright, this room we know. Might as well save up some oh no, doggone. Just wanted to get a little save full health. And missiles. Alright, we have all 90 missiles and all 3 energy tanks. I almost said reserve tanks, but that's something in Super Metroid that I don't think even exists in Metroid Zero Mission, if I remember correctly. But yeah, like the ability, the fact that you can switch on, that you arm the missiles using the R trigger is such a massive improvement from having to toggle missiles on and off and toggle through all those different weapon types in Super Metroid. That honestly, if there was just a hack of Super Metroid that just armed the missiles with the shoulder button, that would be a pretty... And yeah, but one thing that was cool, in Super Metroid, you could arm and disarm different aspects of Samus's upgrades. Which is not possible. Wait. Yeah. Just taking a look at this here. So what's down... Oh yeah, super missiles. We couldn't get through there because we don't have super missiles. There we go. Whew. He almost actually struck me again. But I'm like, alright, I tried to get through here with just my, try to play nice and just use my charge beam. Play with some sense of finesse or tactics. As opposed to just spamming. It was worth. I just wanted to see if maybe there was a spot that they wanted you to, like, damage boost through and to get a cool prize or an extra item. Nope. There we go. Oh, at least we can restore here. Now, can I forgot if I can... do I have anything that will let me go down from where I'm at? Because I'm checking out... Yeah. Oh, did I just... I feel so weird. I feel like I forgot what? This is something I forgot all about this until just now. I think something's gonna happen where I encounter this on the other side. Yeah, the giant worm grub thing. So am I gonna have to... Okay, I am fully... So what's this room up here? Yeah, I can't say... So, how am I supposed to get down there? Oh, wait. Oh. I mean, I clearly have had to have already found this. No way of falling further down. So now I'm up here. There's one room. Okay, so I come down here. No, it's one room further down. So I fall. Alright, you can only come up through there. I see. Or can I? There is an area... Yeah, there's an area up here I haven't been to yet. That I might be able to get to now. So let's see what happens when we get there. Yeah, I kind of overlooked this before. I never went in here. Yeah, this is it's a heat control, and we couldn't get in here without the Varia. Which GBA Metroid do I prefer? It's like, I think I like them about equal. I like Metroid Fusion for its story, and for the mission-based structure of Fusion allows for a lot of good, relatively shorter sessions for portable play. And this one, and even so, aside from that, there's also sleep mode, and I think they're both excellent. I would both place them equally. My only regret is that they didn't remake Metroid 2 for Game Boy Advance. Like, if they remade Metroid 2 for Game Boy Advance, then all of the 2D Metroid games, except for now with Dread, would all be in the basic same style. And yes, I know what AM2R basically remakes Metroid 2 in this style, but that's a fan game. And people get weirdly, and I'm not even against. I think it's cool what they did with AM2R, and I congratulate them doing such a great job with it. But people get really defensive, or I guess sort of territorial or border. They get fanatical, I guess you could say, about considering. People regard AM2R as like an official game practically, or they'll say like, oh, what Metroid game should I play first? Oh, you should play Zero Mission or AM2R, and it's like, it's not a diss against the work that the AM2R team did to say that it's unreasonable to regard that as though it's an official entry in the series. I'm not being unreasonable in saying that. People saying I'm against fan works or fan creation, it's like... Dude, you don't write a nearly 100, I wrote, like I said, you read the Serial Roast, you read the first, what was it? The first, episode of that thing I wrote for college, where I had to write in it for an existing children's show. So I wrote, like, a Pokemon action drama thing. And I ended up writing like 100 episodes of it just for the heck of it, just to practice writing for the screen. So it's not like I'll begrudge someone for writing it or working in someone else's universe for doing a fan work or something like that. I'm just saying it's not like if someone ever said, not that I even released that project I made, like, publicly like that. But if someone ever said, oh, what's a good Pokemon anime? And they said, oh, well, Super Train Station H's Pokemon fic is a great Pokemon anime. And I'm like, no, that's not an anime. That's something I made for fun because I appreciated the universe and wanted to have some fun with it. Like, that's... And that's the position the person who made AM2R, I think it was mostly one person, even said, like, listen, support Samus Returns, don't boycott it, like, don't be weird like that, like, I appreciate, like, I'm glad they actually officially made a real remake themselves. The fact that he didn't think that ever would be a remake is the only reason he did one himself. So that all came from just asking, Serial Wars asking what my favorite, favorite GBA Metroid was. I mean, there are only two to choose from. Charge beam doesn't do anything to him. I mean, really, just for there just being this big worm here that's not even moving, that's really creepy music, ominous music to have for this scene. Have I ever used compressed air on electronics? What, to just dust them off? To just dust the electronics off? Yeah, well, Zero Rose, I think I only sent you the first episode of that to begin with. So, like, and that was a long time ago, and frankly, I mean, you're just, okay, how do I feel like, okay, I need a rocket to get through there. I feel, I'm stuck again, and oh, you never told me that you actually read the first episode. If you want to read more, because that's all I sent you, right? I just sent you the first episode. If you want to read more, you know, I could send you some... Because it's sitting on a computer I never use anymore because I don't mess with that stuff anymore. But if you ever want to see more, I could send you more. Now that it's... I mean, you could tell how much of a priority it is, given I think I sent that stuff to you like 6 or more months ago. And I don't think I've even asked you if you've read any further. If you want, and this isn't pressure for you to read that far, but if you want, I could send you... like maybe 5 episodes, so you could just take them all in a batch. And I think, did I send you the maps for all that stuff? Because there are maps associated with that. Well, actually, now that I can stream, well, you never reply, you know, gotta reply to the Helios email. Actually, now that I could do, I'm not using it now, but now that I could do a dual monitor setup, I think streaming Helios will be a lot easier. And in this month is a year since I played Helios on stream, actually. But now that I can do the dual monitor setup with the same machine, I think I'll be able to play Helios much easier, because the whole thing was... part of the thing was I was using a different computer to play the game on, and then running that through HDMI into the capture card. Okay, so I can... I can jump down here. I need the speed juice to get through there. Through there is that giant creepy grub. Yeah, so would you want me to send you maybe like a few, like, because my episodes are, if I remember correctly, they're kind of... Did I send you the maps? Did I send you the maps for that project? Did I send you the maps for that stuff? I can't remember if you sent the maps, so I'll get the... But if you like the first episode, you might want to I don't know if... I forgot... I don't know if you want to reread the first episode to remember what's going on, or if you remember fine okay without that, but... Yeah, I might want to reread it. I'll send you the next 6. Because if I remember correctly, I felt like the first 5 episodes... Resend the maps to? Yeah, the first, like, 5 episodes are... The first 5 episodes kind of set-up-y, and then it gets to a point where it changes perspective, and that's where I feel like it really picks up. I feel like, I mean, I guess Attack on Titan's kind of like that, where the first, I mean, yeah, there's like something exciting happens in the first episode, but then the first like 4 after that are kind of set-up-y and establishing characters in the world. And then, like, from 5 on is where things kind of get really crazy, where, like, okay, what's going to happen next now? I'm kind of hooked. Or not where it's going to go. And that's not to say that well, first off, when I wrote this, I don't even think Attack on Titan was out in North America yet. Yeah, no, the first you know what? Excuse me. That's what... Yeah, the first episode, they're all around a campfire eating chili is how it starts. And what that is kind of like the beginning of Final Fantasy X, where it starts off near, like, a point very far into the story, and then it flashes back to, like, the actual chronological beginning and works back to the point where they're at the campfire. Now, I didn't kind of intend it for it to literally be a campfire scene that it starts off at, and then it ends up back at that campfire. But, yeah, you might want to, because there's a bit of a time jump thing where it starts to be, like, further into chronologically, then jumps back to, like, a year before, and works back up to that point a year later. You might want to reread the first episode again, but I'll get, like, the next, like, 4 episodes and send it to you in a package. I'll contact you on, Discord. You can remind me what your email address is, where to send it off. So that's Screw Attack. Yeah, that's Screw Attack. Yeah, I genuinely... Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna head to the left here and see if there's anything new I could dig up. Wait a second. Do I have to... Because I did that before. I got down there, and that leaves that whole area down there where I got stuck and couldn't find anything else new to do. Should the new Xbox just run Windows 11 at this point? I mean, do you mean like the Xbox, the 9th gen Xbox systems, the Series X and S? I mean, to a certain point, like, the Xbox Series S especially is basically just a Game Pass set-top box unit, you could almost say. I mean, the whole advantage, the whole reason for the Xbox existing is just to have a console unit that you basically just can install the games on and run the games on and don't have to worry about the computery aspects of it having to... So they might as well, like, I think have the Xbox environment be somewhat distinct from it, but in terms of... But ultimately, Xbox is just sort of a brand name for here's how you access Microsoft platform games, kind of. But mind you, I'm not a... As someone who's not big into computers, I guess having a sort of simplified console experience does have appeal to me. Whereas for someone who... So that's the path to criteria. So is there new stuff here that I can now access that I maybe couldn't because I didn't have the speed boost yet? I don't remember if I came through here since getting the speed boost. Yeah, I know, I'm just sort of blasting through here, taking unnecessary damage, but I'm more interested in just figuring out what the heck the game wants me to do now. As I'm down here... See, look, now, like I'm as stuck now as I was when I got stuck in Metroid Dread. But in Metroid Dread, I was this stuck within 10 minutes of starting the game. I'm not talking about the enemy encounters, I'm just talking about the navigation of the map and figuring out what to do next and where to go. Yeah, like, I'm as stuck now as I was then, but here, I'm like, basically, I'm 3.5 hours into the game, whereas in Metroid Dread, I just immediately started off that stuck. Alright, so we're basically at the beginning of this whole area, so let's start fresh eyes, fresh perspective, let's... And I'm gonna stay on the lookout for different details I may have missed before. What's up here? Is there anything up here? Man, I shot him and then recovered the power-up so fast it practically looked like I screw attacked into them because I was jumping as I made the shot. So, going up will lead to... Going up leads to Brinstar. Going up there leads to Criteria. Criteria is the area where our ship is parked. Double check, there's nothing there we can do. Hold on a second. I gotta step away for a second. Yeah, I'll be back in a second. I just have to step away for a minute. And I'm back. Alright, so let's get back into it. Alright, it's the first time I got to bring up my test pattern and switch back to the game using my my Stream Deck, and it is rather convenient to be able to do that. The stream's only going to go on for another half hour, but I'm really excited to be able to just... well, I wanted to play Metroid Zero Mission anyway, and I just didn't think it would be so soon. But, yeah, like, I like how, like, I'm stuck, I'm not sure where to go, I have to explore and mess around and go in circles and retrace my steps. That's Metroid, right? But this is, like, 3 hours into the game, and that's why I'm glad I have not played this game since 2004, because it was just long enough. Like, I remembered in very broad strokes the game, but I forgot a lot of the cool moments, like when you find those little bugs that attach the morph ball, and they're annoying. They slow you down. I think they sap health, right? And then you find those objects that you could guide them over to and have them eat those so you can get through. Stuff like that. I loves that kind of stuff. But, like, unfortunately, trying Metroid Dread yesterday, it was like going from, like, if someone who's, like, good at Super Mario World, then going to Mario 64 and they can't keep up with it anymore. You know, controlling the character and the viewpoint independently in 3 dimensions in real time. And I know a lot of people got left behind, and the complexities they added to how Samus moves, how the combat works with, you know, the parrying and the melee stuff, and it unfortunately left me behind. So I know that Metroid, that Metroid Dread is a great game, but I know it's just not for me. So there's one person I know who might be into the copy I have, or might be into Metroid who maybe hasn't bought a copy yet. But if not, I'll just go ahead and return it. I'm definitely not trading it in for credit at GameStop, because I know GameStop's desperate for every penny they can get. The day before that, there was this weird thing going on Twitter, because I don't really pay attention to what's trending on Twitter typically, but there was this phenomena. I don't know if it was somehow virally, like, created artificially to some extent by GameStop, but it seemed like a bunch of people I don't think there was a particular GameStop sale or anything either, but it seemed like a bunch of people spontaneously just kind of weirdly remembered that GameStop exists. And we're like, oh, I went to GameStop and I got Pokemon cards and I got Metroid Dread and this and that. So why? So there's a cannon down here, right? If I keep going down, there's going to be a cannon? So I've sped through that spot right there. I sped through there, and I float down. Tear down through here. Good. Alright. So how about... There's nothing here. I know I've been down here. This also needs speed. So I went here, and do the same thing. Speed through. Wait, do I need... Alright, just as I thought. Because I've been through there. I can't get through that door. I think I need super missiles. If I remember correctly, I need super missiles to get through the green doors. And the map isn't showing any particular spot that would be obvious to hide in, or an obvious spot here to place a hidden passage. Yeah, sweet combination of buttons you need to get the jump up and launch a missile very quickly. No. Alright, that's I forgot what I was doing. Now I remember. I have to shoot all this nonsense up again, so I have enough space. Yeah, there we go. Super speed. We tear through right there. And down here, I can crawl through as a ball here. And I can go through here. And this is that long corridor. Eventually I'm gonna hit a super missile door. And there's another long corridor there I haven't explored yet. Now, since I have the chance to do so, get some health and ammo back here. So here, actually, oh yeah, we can restore up here. Get it all back. Now, and that's where I got the map. Yeah, here is the path to that area on the to the left down this corridor where Samus is. So let me go... I already done it before. But eventually, if I keep going through and keep being observant, maybe I'll see something I missed before. I want to at least get to the, like, the big... I want to get to see something new. In 20 minutes. Okay, no. Then the 24 minutes. A little less than a half hour left in the stream. Before I call it. Okay. Now here's the creepy worm with the dramatic music. I remember there's something where you fire at him and you can get him to move for you. Charge beam doesn't do anything. Alright. So here, I can't get too much further down here, right? Yeah, I need to use a rocket. Or a missile, rather. And I can't... Here's speed blocks, right? Yeah, there's speed blocks there. Get through there. I have to... Yeah, I can get through there once I clear him out the way. Like, I'm only one... I just have to clear... I have to just get down one spot lower, and I'm sure I can just go to the left and get to Ridley's area. What's the room on the other side here? Okay, that's from the other area? How do I even get into this little corridor here? Is there a door I haven't made yet? Because I've come down here before. That's where we find... Okay, this needs missiles to get through. But I can get through this block with speed, but this launches us back up this corridor. Because we couldn't get here before. I can get up here. Because there... I'm just going through here. I don't even remember if there's anything worthwhile over here. There's another... Wait a second. So I need to charge beam to go back? Weapons and energy restored. Let's take a stock of everything Samus has on her. Will be to charge. Ice. This beam can freeze enemies. Morph ball. Power grip. Speed booster. So. We came through here before. I'm very sure we came through here before. So what's through here? There's a save room here. There's this long corridor. Freeze him so we're ready to... Okay. have to refreeze these guys. So I can come back up over. I've done this a bunch of times. No, no, no. So what does the game want me to do? If you can't figure it out in the next 20 minutes, it'll just be the starting point for the next stream. Which I'm fine with. But here it's like, yeah. And plus we've been torn through about half of the game already in a single stream, so why are there two different... Okay. I'm interested in the fact that there are two different... ways to get through there. Alright, we'll figure it out. Here's you know what? Let's just, for the sake of, let's explore up here just for no reason other than to just do something different, because we do have powers that we didn't have last time we were up here. Wait a second, is this Brinstar? No, I didn't want to go to Brinstar. I thought I was near the Crateria entrance, excuse me. Because I've been to the Crateria entrance of Norfair. Okay, I have to go down to the left to get to the Crateria entrance. Because at least that, I know, if nothing else, that area at least has stuff in it that I don't think we could access before, because now we have the high jump and some other abilities too. There we go. We got there nice and quick. At least I know there's new stuff here. Or potential new stuff, I guess. So we've been through here before. I think up there, over there to the left is... Yeah, on the left we're heading towards the ship. Is there anything new I can access over here? No. Well, I do know. Well, you guys. And I don't want to save because when I come back, I don't necessarily want to start all the way over here, but. Oh, yeah. So we could. Oh, they very precisely engineered. Yeah, they very precision engineered that area so you'd have just enough space that you can't speed run to the left. From this spot? And I only have 13 minutes to find something new before... Yes, this may be... Oh, wait. Oh, wait, so there is something... I potentially found something new here? No, no. I don't have the gravity suit. Unless I can... Let's see if I can... Yeah, no way. No way. Not yet. Soon, not yet. Wait, unless... No, it won't work. Oh, okay. So when I have the power bombs, I could tear through here and speed run all the way through, or power run, or super speed run. I just try not to use the word speed run because I know it means very something different, especially in the context of Metroid in particular. Yep, so we're back to North Air. I'm probably going to spend the next 11 minutes finding nothing. And it is adding at least an element of suspense to me, because I don't want to get to the beginning of something new. Because I've been stuck here for about an hour, honestly. And I'd like to thank whoever is still watching at this point, because it's not like I have particularly fruitful or interesting things to say. I'm just trying to find my way to the next point in the game. This is that weird hallway that only goes down. So I'm gonna go up. Yeah, I should have went to the left when I came down the elevator. That quickly I forgot that's where I came from. Get. Yeah, I'm interested in how I get the speed, the morph ball to go at ultra speed that quickly. And there's nothing down there. Okay, so I can go up to Brinstar. I'll just head back to the area where that's as close as I can, as readily as I had ever gotten up to that point. There was a missile upgrade there before. I collected it. So let's get up here. this path. I know this way. Why don't I try going down? Came through here, and here's just an item spot where an item was, right? Yeah, there's like a missile there or something. Nothing there. Nothing good there. Up. No. Nothing. Like, I can't... Next time I play, there's gotta be something I haven't tried. I'm not especially... I mean, if I spent the last hour looking for this and haven't found it, I don't think I'm gonna find it. And there's nothing down here. Yeah, I know I'm taking damage like crazy. Don't care. I'm like, I just have to make sure that there's nothing like down there like, oh, just before there's a new area. Or just under there's a new area. You just missed it because you didn't check. No, I have to just crawl, smash through and fall. Oh, I forgot to open the door. I don't know why I'm charging as I'm... Oh yeah, because I forgot to open the door. Same thing here, right? Yeah, and I could screw attack, but I don't have that yet. There's something over to the right there. Something they intended me to notice, possibly before I actually got the screw attack for myself. Charge through again. Fall down. There's a red door. I forgot exactly what that means. I know there's... Oh, I might as well recharge my health. I took a bunch of damage just being silly and running through the lava in a desperate attempt to find something new. I never remember being stuck like this in the original game. I must be overlooking something very simple. In the original game, I mean, Metroid and NES doesn't even apply here, because there are all these, like, different elements that wouldn't have even been in the NES Metroid game, but in terms of Zero Mission, I do not remember being stuck so badly here. But then again, I didn't remember the whole spider boss. I forgot the whole... Yeah, I forgot the whole spider boss sequence, and, yeah, I forgot. I'm trying to... Yeah, I can climb through here, ball, drop down. Drop through here, down there. And I do the same thing here, I run through. This guy is here. And a bomb, nothing. Charge beam, nothing. Missiles, nothing. Yeah, nothing. These bombs, and there's nothing to open or path to here. I defeat him and open the way so I could run fast enough to fall through here, I'm gonna drop down. One level down from where I'm at now, and there's a save room, and I'm right before the Ridley room. There's that whole section where I have no clue what's going on. Alright. MM is what introduced. Okay, nothing here. I'm running out of time. I want to find the start of something new before the stream ends, but looks like it'll have to be saved for next time if I can't figure out something. Okay, I know what that is. I know I can blast my way through there. And what happens when I get here is... Wait a second. Let's see if he can come through here. Actually, no, I'm gonna wait till this one. Oh, I meant to... Okay, I can't freeze those. Or can I? No. Come on. Because there's the speed stuff. Hole here, but there I need to shoot a rocket from below. So that's going to be a shortcut back at some point. Can't get any further here, so I'd have to... Okay, the purple ones get destroyed with one shot. The red ones I actually am able to freeze. There's this guy. I really do not... I never remember getting stuck. If I got stuck like this the first time I played Zero Mission, even though I haven't played this game since 2000... I almost said 2014. Since 2004, 10 years before 2014. I feel like I would... If I got this stuck, I feel like I would have remembered it. Oh, I remember getting stuck so hard in Warfare and Zero Mission. But I'm out of time. So, here we go. Yeah, so I will be back on Wednesday at 4 p.m. for a few more hours of this. Hopefully I can get a little further. Well, I mean, I got through about halfway through the game. We beat Kraid. Let's see what's going on. Let's see if there's anyone. Thanks for everyone who joined me through that last hour when there was literally nothing happening. Let's see. Hey, I'm gonna send you all over to Ash Said Hi, who's cool, and yeah. So I'll be back Wednesday. I usually stream twice a week. Well, once or twice a week at the most. Usually every other Wednesday. Usually, and most Saturdays. My schedule's on my About page, so I'll see you all next time, and thank you very much for watching.